Terry Shattuck reveal why the Olympics are much more than a sporting event. For news and sports that bring the Olympics home, bring home today's Chronicle.
Call today, and tomorrow we'll deliver Houston's leading information source, the Chronicle, 220-7211.
In response to our challenge, people attempted to stain new wear-dated carpet with stain blocker in some very imaginative ways. Of course, they didn't have much luck, but they sure had fun trying.
If you're one of those people who knows how wonderful wear-dated carpet with stain blocker is, you may just come unglued when you see how low the prices are at Simmons Carpet, 4750 Gulf Freeway between Cullen and Telephone. That's Simmons Carpet.
Meet the luckiest woman in Houston today on The Scene at 5. The Geraldo Show discusses topics of interest to adult viewers. This program is not intended for children. Parents may wish to exercise discretion.
In our long and dirty war against drugs, we'd like to think that the front lines in the battle are drawn straight through the heart of our nation's schools. Just saying no has become as critical and fundamental a part of our children's curriculum as the 3 R's. So how would you feel as a parent if you learned that our schools are pushing drugs? Well, Rilla Cothran is suing her son David's Georgia school system for $13 million. She alleges that they forced David to remain on the drug Ritalin for 5 years. Valerie and Michael have a 9-year-old son named Casey, diagnosed as hyperactive. Well, Casey's been suspended from his New Hampshire school unless and until he gets back on Ritalin. Chadwick Rawlings, a straight-A student, was expelled from his New Jersey public school last year because his parents refused to keep him on the drug Ritalin. Now, Ritalin's not heroin and it's not cocaine, but it is a Class II narcotic, which, if abused or misused, can be a dangerous, even deadly drug. So the question these parents and others are asking, are America's schools doping our children? That's the focus of this edition of Geraldo. Thank you. Ritalin has proven itself one of the most useful and frequently prescribed prescription drugs, given now to about 1 million American school children said to be hyperactive. Now, in about 80% of the cases, the drug is apparently successful in improving the child's attention span. But that leaves 20% of the kids, many of whom have side effects like insomnia and bedwetting and stomach aches and depression. So the question to drug or not to drug a child is a critical one. Is that a school board's decision or the parent's decision? Can a school keep a child out of the classroom if he doesn't take his daily fix? Are these kids really that bad, that disruptive, that hyped up? Now, before we start our discussion here in the studio, take a look at what's going on nationwide.
Again, you see the Amazon River snaking through thick green rainforest.
If this bright, beautiful girl was your child, what wouldn't you do to help her go smoothly through childhood into a productive future? Sarah and her brother Ben have needed more help than most. They're among children diagnosed with ADD. That's attention deficit disorder. It's a learning handicap, which many doctors say can make some young children incapable of organizing their thoughts, following instructions, or even sitting still.
See, I couldn't pay attention to get my work done. So I was afraid to kind of go to school because all that would happen is that the teacher would get mad.
So you tell them to get dressed, give them their clothes, and they might get their underwear and one sock on, and that's the way it would stay for maybe the next hour, and they would be off maybe drawing or playing a toy or singing.
Ben, would you like to come and take your pills, please?
After careful consideration, the Andersons decided to try a drug, methylphenidate hydrochloride, commonly called Ritalin. 10-year-old Sarah has been on Ritalin for 2 years. Younger brother Ben for 4.
It helps me get my work done. I read a lot of books now, and it's fun.
Both children are carefully monitored by their parents, teachers, doctors, and counselors, who teach them how to channel their intelligence and their energy. Ritalin, which has the power to calm a hyperactive child, has just the opposite effect on grown-ups. It is, after all, an amphetamine, speed. And like any powerful drug, when misused or taken by the wrong person, Ritalin can lead to trouble. This boy, for example, 16-year-old Brad Eckstein, may have been going through Ritalin withdrawal when he hung himself in July of 1987. Reportedly diagnosed as hyperactive, he had been on Ritalin for 9 years.
Each time he would get used to the dosage or his body would be adjusted to it, then they would raise the dosage.
But the dosage was lower just before Brad took his life. Though Dr. Russell Barkley was not involved in the Eckstein case, he is a Ritalin expert.
Where there may be some doubts is the fact that sometimes, in a few places, some children are being given medication where other types of treatment might have been more appropriate to try first.
It has the same addiction powers, according to the doctor's reference manuals, as cocaine. And we're giving our young kids this?
Ritalin also became a factor in the trial for the murder of this boy, 14-year-old Sean Willett, beaten to death with a baseball bat, wielded by his classmate, Rod Matthews. Matthews' lawyer claimed he was under the influence of Ritalin, which he'd been on for 7 years at the time he committed the murder. His father believes Rod had underlying emotional problems, which no one, not even his parents, recognized until it was too late.
I blame myself for being ignorant of the fact of not knowing what Ritalin was. He wanted somebody to stop him because when they had asked him at the Gaylord Institute where he was put after he was arrested, they said, well, would you, if you had spoken to somebody prior to doing it, would you have done it? He said, probably not.
This is Melissa. Though she was not diagnosed as hyperactive, her school strongly suggested she take Ritalin to remedy what they called disciplinary problems. Her father, though, resisted and placed her in a different school, where she seems to be doing much better.
Well, the school shouldn't be making recommendations for anything at all. The school teachers have not been trained. They do not know how to distinguish a depressed kid from a pre-schizophrenic kid, from an anxious kid, from a physically abused kid. What they can do is wave the red flag.
Why all of a sudden do we have a generation of children that are being born that are all hyperactive? You know, how come there's so many of them all at once?
In the case of 9-year-old Casey Jessam, both mother and school agree he is hyperactive, but they can't agree on the value of Ritalin in treating it. For 20 months, when Casey was on the drug, Valerie Jessam says he was impossible to live with. His behavior ranged from subdued to outwardly destructive. Casey's school, though, saw it the other way around. And when Mrs. Jessam refused to put her son back on the drug, he was expelled. Okay, here are Casey's parents, Valerie and Michael Jessam, the couple fighting that uphill legal battle against the Derry, New Hampshire Village School. Before I ask them about their son, let me say that we invited the governor of the state of New Hampshire, the attorney general, the commissioner of the Board of Education, and the superintendent of Casey's school to come on this program to give us their point of view. They've all declined. So they were notified, they were invited, they declined our invitation, refused to come on. So we'll hear your point of view. First of all, welcome. Second of all, there is no doubt in your minds but that Casey, now 9 years old, needed some help, some medical or psychiatric or psychological help prior to his being placed on Ritalin the first time.
Absolutely. We knew Casey had some problems. You know, I had suggested many things to doctors, and the doctors never saw it my way. It seemed like everything was the quick fix. Give Casey this drug, and there are no problems.
Before I know, really, in the bottom of my heart, how deeply resentful you feel about a lot of the medical attention you have experienced, or Casey has experienced, but please tell me what his symptoms were at that initial stage.
Well, when it was recommended that Casey may have some problems, basically Casey wanted attention. He drew attention to himself by acting out. He didn't know when to stop, that kind of thing. And it was then suggested by the kindergarten teacher I should take him to the doctor so he'd be successful in his first grade of school. And I did that, and I brought him to a pediatric neurologist who basically, they make their diagnosis by what you have to say. There is no examination.
He was placed on Ritalin.
Right.
How did his symptoms change? How did your son change?
Well, he went from being just sort of a, you know, class clown kind of kid acting up a little, looking for attention, to some real severe behaviors we had never seen before, behaviors like stealing and lying. He also started to lose his appetite. He would have a hard time eating in the evening, coming down off of his dose of Ritalin, sleeping. He started to develop insomnia. I mean, the kid was literally up until 11 or 12 because he couldn't fall asleep off of the drug. And then he lost a lot of weight, and it was just a whole multitude of problems that just kept multiplying.
Did he, in your opinion, get worse on the drug Ritalin? Did his condition become more serious?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I believe today that if Casey was still on the drug Ritalin, he could be dead. I mean, he was that sick. It was beginning to cause that many problems.
There came a time, Valerie, when you unilaterally decided to take your son off this drug.
That's right.
And when school officials told you that if he was not on the drug, then he wasn't in school, basically, right? Bottom line?
My son was suspended from school because he rocked, he hummed, he gazed out the window, he didn't complete work assignments. He was in a mainstream classroom where we all had decided that this was not the best place for Casey Jessen. But when I would not give him the drug, they would not provide any special ed to the child. The few months that they did give him special ed when we were working out an individual education program, he actually was very successful academically. Okay, they said his behavior was worse, but academically it was the best he ever did in the whole time he was ever in school.
But Michael, did the school system, did the state of New Hampshire, in effect, say you either drug this kid or he doesn't go to this public school?
That's exactly what they did. They used the law of least restrictive that's in the handicap laws, and they said that it would be, the least restrictive environment would be to give him medication and put him in a mainstream class. And we totally disagreed. We said at that point he needed some special ed help and no medication.
The net result being, is your son in school right now?
My son is in isolation. They call it a one-on-one, I call it isolation. He's in a small little room by himself with the teacher. He is segregated from the other children, you know, special times, lunchtime, and he's teased a lot and he's discriminated against.
Do you feel the school should have the right to order you to give drugs to your child?
God, I hope not.
Definitely not.
Charles Weatherly, a prominent attorney from Atlanta, who has defended school boards very often in cases like this, although not this specific case. Why should the school have the right to order parents to give drugs to their children?
To me, Geraldo, the issue is not whether or not the school can order the parents to take the drug. The issue is whether or not the child is a handicapped child. If that child is a handicapped child, is presenting behavioral problems, the child, in my opinion, cannot be excluded from school. I don't think it's an issue of medication. And I don't think school boards should be involved in demanding that children take or not take Ritalin.
But that's exactly what happened here.
Well, I'm not familiar with the case in New Hampshire, but I would not, I'm very conservative in advising our clients, and I would not advise a client of ours to demand that a child take Ritalin.
But Charles, do you deny that schools, whether formally or informally, are ordering parents to drug their children so the behavioral problems will be minimized?
In the school districts that we represent, the largest being the DeKalb County School District in Atlanta, with 72,000 children, to my knowledge, they have never required that a child take Ritalin, and the alternative being exclusion from school. So I would deny that they are doing that in the districts that I am aware of.
Then how do you explain the fact that Georgia ranks 4th in the nation in per capita prescription of Ritalin to these young children?
Well, I was talking in the back with Dr. Nieder, who is coming on the program. I can only surmise that perhaps it's because Atlanta is a high socioeconomic status area and has children and parents have greater access to clinical services, and because of that, there may be a higher incidence of the medication.
Okay, I understand your point of view. Let me point out, however, what critics allege, that the teachers and the administrators and the counselors in the public school system have up until very recently, if not to this very day, been, if not overtly, then subtly urging parents to prescribe or give this drug to their kids. should that be? Is that right? The discussion continues after this break.
This is your invitation to the Houston House Beautiful Show. 250,000 square feet of exhibits to decorate or improve your home. You will see prestige products and the finer things of life. Room settings in the dream home. Gourmet tasting from renowned chefs. Entertainment, demonstrations, and seminars. I'll be there along with Roman from Days of Our Lives. You don't have to be rich or famous because discount tickets are available at Sears and Builders Square. The gorgeous House Beautiful Show, September 23rd through the 25th at the George Brown Convention Center.
Joan, would you answer my phone while I take these reports to Mr. Baxter?
Sure, Carol. She's so respected around here. I wish I knew how to use this computer. Hello? Oh, no.
Joan, what did you do?
Carol, I'm sorry. I feel I just have to learn how to use this computer.
Well, you're right about that. The only real future you'll have in this office, or in any office for that matter, depends on learning computer skills.
I know, but I can't go to school. I don't have the money.
CLC has the answer for you. That's where I went. They have day and evening classes, and financial aid is available if you qualify.
You're kidding. How do I get started?
Just call Computer Learning Center at 781-6800. But classes are small, so you'll want to make your application right away.
I'll call tomorrow. What was that number again?
781-6800. Call now. Computer Learning Center really cares about you.
Okay, welcome back. Our issue are our public schools, in a sense, being pushers of certain mood-altering prescription drugs, drugs like Ritalin. Joining us now are Joyce and Morris Rawlings and their son Chadwick. Chadwick was expelled from his school in New Jersey last May after his parents took him off his daily prescription of Ritalin. Rilla Cothran and her husband are suing their son David's school district in Georgia for $13 million. The district, she alleges, forced their son David to take Ritalin for 5 years. Chadwick, let me ask you a question. How old are you, first of all?
8.
8 years old, okay. Do you remember what that Ritalin made you feel like?
No.
You don't remember what it did to you? Do you, David?
It made me sleepy, so I couldn't do my work, or when I got home from school, I couldn't do nothing. I just had to go lay down.
5 years you took it.
Yeah.
Do you think it helped you? I mean, did it calm you down? Obviously, it calmed you down. It almost knocked you out, right?
Yeah.
Did you like taking it?
Nah.
Did you complain to your mom and dad?
Yeah.
Morris, did Chadwick complain?
Not really. Matter of fact, he at one time thought that the drug was going to help him because he made mention of the fact that in school, the teachers and children were talking about him and complaining about him. And so he felt that by taking this drug, Ritalin, that it might help him because they told him that it would. So as a result, to him, it was something that was going to make him acceptable.
Do you remember that, Chadwick? Do you remember taking it? Well, you tell me what you remember about it. Come on, I want you to participate here. Did you feel that you were, before you took the drug, did you think that your teachers didn't like you, or that your friends didn't like you, or they thought you were unusual, or that you should be by yourself, or that you were a troublemaker?
No.
What'd they feel? You tell me. Did you hurt a teacher one time? Did I hear that? Did you hurt a teacher with a pencil?
Yes.
What, did you stab a teacher? Did you stick a teacher?
No.
What happened?
She told me to give her the pencil, and I got mad and broke it in half to 2 pieces, and I slammed it in her hand sideways. And she said that I put it in her hand upward to try and stab her.
Well, you know, that's one of the things they were saying. That's why they wanted you to take this drug, because they said that you really tried to hurt that teacher. Did you try to hurt that teacher?
No.
Just an accident?
Yes.
He did it out of frustration, really, because when I went to school the next day, we got a call, Morris got a call on the job that stated that Chadwick stabbed the teacher. And it was on the answering machine at our home, too, that he'd been suspended because of that. Well, I rushed to school the next day. I took off work and took him with me, and I told him, I said, that's the last straw, Chadwick. If you did, you're in a lot of trouble. So when I got to school, I asked the principal to see the teacher. I wanted to see the wound. I didn't want her to think that I was some, off parent or something. So they got the teacher, and it wasn't a teacher, it was a teacher's aide. And so I said, I want to see your hand. I want to see where Chadwick stabbed with you. I want to see the punctured wound, and, I thought I was going to see a Band-Aid or a whole hand covered or whatever. But when she opened her hand, she had nothing in her hand. No puncture wound, no marks or anything. So I asked her, I said, well, I came because I thought that, this principal said that Chadwick stabbed you. She says, no, he didn't stab me. I said, well, explain to me exactly what happened. And she said that, there was 2 lines, one with all the children walking in the one line, and Chadwick was not to walk, he was not allowed to walk, and is not allowed to walk in the line with the other students. He had to walk alone, but before the walking started, he had to stand up against the building, the classroom, and wait to be told to start walking. And when he was frustrated, well, the kids were laughing at him in line, because he could not walk with the other children. He got angry and broke his pencil in half, stuck it in his pocket. And so the teacher said, give me the pencil, Chadwick, give it to me right now. And out of anger, he just, here's the pencil. Not, like this. He just handed her the pencil like this, in 2 pieces. And so I assumed that he was going to stab me, so that's why I said that he'd stabbed me. I said, you mean to tell me you called Morris off the job and myself off the job because you assumed that he was going to stab you? So in essence, you're making an accusation that's untrue. Because I was under the impression that he'd actually stabbed the teacher.
Tell me some of the allegations, though, of his misbehavior, or some of the things that you admit are true about what Chadwick was doing in the classroom prior to the order, in a sense, that he take Ritalin or get out.
Well, they informed me that Chadwick was a disruption to the class. And because he was a disruption, that he could not be in class, but they had an alternative, that he could take this drug Ritalin, and that would calm him down, and that would be able to keep him in class. But we found that that wasn't the case.
What happened? You tell us. What happened when he started on this stuff?
When he started on the drug Ritalin, he became a completely different person. I would come home from work, and my wife had numerous amount of reports that he had started to cry for no reason at all, that he was concerned about killing people, about himself dying, and that was all that was on his mind. And he would ask questions concerning death constantly. Every day there was a question concerning what happens to a person when he dies. Am I going to die? Who will anyone kill his parents or something of that nature? Am I going to die? All of these different questions, always related to the question of death.
Do you believe that the drug was at fault?
Oh, yes, I know for a fact the drug was at fault. And how I found out, the drug was at fault was, one day I picked him up to take him to the dentist. And you see, at school, you gave him one at 8 o'clock in the morning, 5 milligrams, and then at noon he got another 5 milligrams. But see, when he was with us on weekends and holidays and we did not give him the Ritalin. But so when I picked him up, I could tell the difference when he was coming off of the Ritalin. He was unbelievable. He became paranoid. He thought he was very scared, very shaky. He was very nervous, and he was always afraid. And I thought to myself, now I know Chadwick, and I know this is not Chadwick, especially this. But see, again, I would not give him the 12 o'clock Ritalin. And then what happened was he started talking about how he didn't want to live anymore.
And he's 8 years old now.
Yes, just turned 8.
So he was age 7 and earlier?
Yes.
And Mrs. Cothran, how long? 5 years, you say they made David take this stuff?
Yes, approximately 5 years. From kindergarten through part of the 5th grade. I took him off while he was in the 5th grade.
Now, describe, or David, if you'd like to tell us how this drug made him feel, react.
Go ahead.
Well,
did it make you happy? Did it calm you down? Did it help you in your studies? Did it help you pay attention?
it made me so I couldn't do nothing. I was like drugged out. I just had to lay there most of the time.
Would they let you back in school right now if you started taking this drug again?
Oh, he's in school.
Wait, is he not in the general population? What's happening?
Yes, they've got him in mainstreamed out into the regular classrooms, and he's in resource, but David has a reading disability that has been ignored so long now until the psychologist, we just carried him to a psychologist that tested him and said David did not have any emotional problems, that he had a learning disability that had been severely ignored.
Did the learning process become incredibly slowed down because he was on this drug?
Oh, most definitely. He would, David tried hard, but what he studied and what he did do, he didn't comprehend. You know, it didn't stay with him.
Can you read now, David?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit? Can you read as well as the other kids your age?
No.
I mean, if I ask you to spell a word like education, could you spell that? No? The reason you're suing them for $13 million then is the fact that they insisted that he remain on this drug all these years?
Yes, and that he doesn't have the education, and they're still refusing to address the problems. We had a due process here, and school officials even lied under oath, and we have proof of that, in order to try to have their way, in order to put him in programs that they wanted him in.
Do you allege that they forced you?
Absolutely,
to
I
take
have
this drug?
proof.
They forced you to drug your son as a condition of his going to public school?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's hear from the other side. Some experts, some other parents involved on both sides of this issue. Are America's public schools aiding and abetting the process of doping our children? After this break.
Introducing Trey LA, the fragrance sets LA inside out.
Beverly Hills is so Trey LA. Fancy schmancy fat cars, catch a glimpse of big stars. Everybody's checking everybody out.
If a man you've never met suddenly gives you flowers, that's the impulse of new Trey LA.
Trey LA's LA inside out.
Trey LA from Impulse.
We'd like you to have breakfast with us tomorrow. Need an invitation? Ounce for Ounce Philly has half the calories of butter or margarine.
Look where Starkist is going.
Everywhere with our single-serving pull-top can. It's the perfect way to take delicious Starkist prime tuna fillet with you wherever you go. At work or play, travel light.
With Starkist.
For free tickets to Geraldo, please write Geraldo, Times Square Station, Post Office Box 684, New York, 10108. Please send a self-addressed stamped envelope or call 212-265-1283.
Research has revealed two common concerns about cataract surgery. One, the cost. Actually, it's very affordable. At the Cataract Institute, your eye examination and surgery can even be cost-free. Two, the treatment. In truth, cataract surgery is safe, easy, and fast, usually 30 minutes or less. And we offer free transportation and file all the Medicare claims for you. Cataract surgery, fast, safe, and cost-free. I'm Dr. Kenneth Ray. For cost-free cataract surgery, call the Cataract Institute of Texas today.
You went up to your Aunt Minerva's house in Sheboygan, Wisconsin with the wife and the kids, and she put you on that little bitty sleeper sofa, and ooh, it hurt your back all night long. Come to Gallery Furniture, 6006 I-45 North, Twin Tillman Parker. We've got these incredible 7-inch thick sleeper sofas. They sleep great. That's right, 7-inch thick sleeper sofas. They sleep much better than the one at Aunt Minerva's, and Gallery Furniture really will save you money.
Gallery Furniture? Call today, 694-5570.
Talk radio is
Roger Gray with the KPRC Morning Talk Show, 9 to noon.
Talk radio is
Doug Johnson here, ready to talk with you every afternoon.
Talk radio is
Sports Talk with Martini
and Edmonds.
Talk radio is
Bob Flagg and Betty O'Dell
with the Gardening Show.
Jim Brown, the KPRC Home Handyman.
And Sally Jesse Raphael and Tom Snyder. The radio station for talk is 950 KPRC.
Last Friday, when Ron Stone called Teresa Dornack to tell her she'd just won a free trip anywhere in the world, here's what happened.
I'm serious. Now, you okay?
Yeah.
Well, now, don't cry. This is a happy thing.
So, I want to go to Cancun to get my brother and sister-in-law.
Oh, they're there?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
We'll meet Teresa Dornack and hear the rest of her fascinating story today on The Scene at 5.
Yes, the children seem to be very calm and attentive on stage here, and I was wondering whether it may be more psychological rather than needing Ritalin or some other drug. Maybe it's more psychological.
What was the reason for Chadwick's problem, in your opinion?
Well, according to the school, he was disruptive. He wouldn't stay still, could not sit down.
But you tell us as a parent. I mean, do you agree that he was
No.
disruptive? Is he that way? Was
No.
he at home?
It's totally different. He's a normal little boy, but and as far as I can stop him, if I tell him to sit down, and he does.
But you think that the school system, Mrs. Cawthorn, you answer this, rather than spending time in attempting to discipline David, just took the easy way out?
They just took the easy way out, and it was just a quick fix for him, because David was, in my opinion, a little hyper. I had carried him to the doctor and had him checked, and the doctor said he's seen no sign even of David being hyperactive. And they said he wouldn't do his work. He was hard to keep seated, which David was a little spoiled in kindergarten. He was our baby.
I'd like to ask the Jessens about the doctor's recommendations. Were there any before they recommended Ritalin, such as dietary restrictions? Because I've heard sometimes with hyperactive children, if they're taking off sugars, preservatives, additives, that does help them. Did anybody suggest that?
No one suggested that at all, and of course I wish they had, because I certainly would have tried these things. I wish I had known more about Ritalin, because I would have definitely thought twice.
You know, I have a nephew who's now grown, I'm not divulging any confidences, who was hyperactive, they said, and who changed, my sister changed his diet, took him off things like bleached white bread or things with red dye number 2. I don't remember the whole litany of things, but evidently it solved the problem. Do you think that there was not enough patience in dealing with Casey, in a sense of trying to work through his problem and instead taking it this quick fix?
Yeah, definitely. The diets have a lot of success. A lot of kids are allergic to common type mainstay foods. Milk is a big problem for a lot of young children. Also, interaction is a big problem. A lot of kids just don't get along with their first grade teacher, and vice versa. The first grade teacher doesn't like some children, especially if they're high energy children. This interaction theory, I think, is applicable to a lot of kids.
Charles Weatherly, the prominent attorney from the Atlanta area, the defender of school boards in this and other types of actions. You've heard Mrs. Cawthorn's allegations that the school district in Atlanta took the quick fix. Do you agree with that?
Well, of course, I'm not familiar with the facts in that case, but it sounds as if that case is being resolved in the manner that it should, which is through the administrative process, which is a process required by federal law. And the parents have appealed that process, as I understand it, by filing an action in federal court. And that is the appropriate way to deal with the problem.
But do you deny, in your experience, that the school districts take the quick fix, the easy way out?
Yes, I have to deny that. In my experience, we have represented several school districts in Georgia. I have handled over 100 administrative hearings. We've tried cases in federal court. We have reviewed files and other cases, and I have never seen this as an issue in any case in which I have represented a school district.
Mrs. Cawthorn, your response?
I think he's been falling down on his job too someplace if he don't know any more than that, because I have it proof right here at the studio with me today that the school board did recommend it. I have it on paper.
They told you? Who told you to give your son
All
the
the
drug?
teachers, every room that he was in says he's not taking enough. He has got to have more. Every time he would get more, they would say he had to have more. In fact, in the 3rd grade, when he went into the 4th grade, And they kept insisting, the third grade teacher was recommending it for the following
Are you
year.
saying that a public school teacher took it upon him or herself to advise you on the prescription of medicine?
Demanded it.
Demanded it.
Demanded it. Said the following year, David had to be on the Ritalin. He could not function in school without it.
Dr. Joseph Nieder, you are a well-known child and adolescent psychiatrist here in New York. You are a defender of Ritalin use. Before we get to the pharmacology of the drug, do you feel it is entirely inappropriate for non-medical people to demand, in her words, the prescription of this or any other drug?
Non-medical people are not licensed to use or prescribe Ritalin. One must be a registered MD, registered with the DEA. No one else can prescribe Ritalin.
Humor Mrs. Cothran and these other parents then for 30 seconds, sir, and give me your reaction to her charges.
Okay.
If they are true, what?
Okay. It's hard for me to respond to that because I don't know what the facts are. I've been using Ritalin for about 25 years. I have never had a school teacher tell me that a child has to take Ritalin. That's my decision. A school teacher might be concerned, a school might be concerned, but that's the ultimate decision of the doctor and the parents and the child, all who must work together if the child is going to be on medication.
In your case?
Well, I agree with the doctor says.
But in your case, did school officials, teachers or others, demand that Casey be on this drug?
Geraldo, I have a decision by the state of New Hampshire, never mind the local school board, by the state of New Hampshire that said it is appropriate that the local school board demand this drug.
Did they demand that Casey be on this drug?
Chadwick?
Chadwick,
Well,
I'm sorry.
Actually, they did.
They did?
They called us in, the child study team, they called us in and had us sit down, and they said that unless he go on the drug Ritalin, then they were going to have to make some other placements for him.
We've already heard that they demanded that David be on, you allege. Is there a pattern? Are public school teachers usurping your function, Dr. Nieder, and insisting that to have a non-disruptive classroom, that the kids who act out be drugged?
I've not had that experience. The teachers call me and they tell me that such and such a child has a problem. A little boy that I saw yesterday, the school called, they were concerned the child was not learning, was not able to pay attention. But they would not make that diagnosis. That's a medical diagnosis.
And yet all these parents allege that that has been happening. We'll hear from more parents, others in this audience. We take this break first.
It's new. It's new. It's new.
In case you haven't heard the news,
New. New. It's new.
the taste of Hershey's chocolate milk now comes in a mix. Introducing rich, chocolatey Hershey's chocolate milk mix.
It's new.
This is the gate of dreams. Dreams of show business, dreams of being on camera, making movies, commercials, and modeling. We know many of you, adults and children, have those dreams. For many, Faces International has helped make those dreams come true. Faces like Devin Pierce, who has appeared in 3 TV series, a soap opera, and 5 national commercials. So if you're serious about a career behind the gates, call Faces International now.
For your free evaluation, call 713-58-FACES now.
When legal disputes threaten, the People's Court Peacekeeping Mobile zooms into action.
Sacre bleu! Oh, sacre, you're blue!
Hey, you two ought to watch the People's Court. See how Judge Wapner would handle this.
Doug, more trouble. Let's go.
Who was that man with the funny hair?
Beats me, lady.
You two seem to be at loggerheads.
Pardon my petunias.
People's Court can help. Judge Wapner would know how to handle this.
Come on, Doc, we gotta run.
Right, Rusty. Remember, don't take the law into your own hands. Take him to court! Who was that man in the blue blazer?
The People's Court rides again. The new season starts October 3rd on Channel 2.
Let me quickly introduce Christopher Hansen. He's the Associate Director for the Children's Rights Project for the American Civil Liberties Union. The ACLU has taken up the appeal of the Jessens in New Hampshire. Do you, Chris, find a pattern of teachers taking part in this medical process, or if not teachers, school districts themselves?
Well, I think we've seen already today that there's a pattern here. I think the crucial question is who's going to really make the decision about whether to take Ritalin or not. I mean, we're not really talking about whether these kids take English in first period or whether they take it in second period. We're talking about a very important medical decision. And in our view, that kind of decision ought to be made by the parents, not by the government.
But you don't object to that statement, do you, Dr. Nieder?
That the decision should be made by the parents? No. It has to be made by the parents, by the child, by the doctor, after careful consultation with the school, with other professionals involved. It's a complicated decision.
Charles Weatherly says, Chris, that in his admittedly vast experience, he knows of no case in which school board personnel or teachers or other non-medical people have taken part in this process. What's your view of that?
Well, we know of 3 cases here in which it obviously has occurred, and I would not be the least bit surprised to learn if there were a lot more. Giving drugs to a child is, in fact, a very easy way to deal with a child who is difficult or causing trouble. Historically, drugs have been used in a wide variety of settings: schools, mental hospitals, mental retardation facilities, a whole variety of settings to control people, when in fact there were other ways of dealing with the problems.
But let me ask you this. Let me play the devil's advocate here, and I'm going to introduce Gene Harrison in a second, who's the founder of Challenge. That's a group that is pro-Ritalin. If a kid's in class, let's just say, for argument's sake, that Chadwick or David or Casey were extremely disruptive. These public school teachers, their classes are too big, they're hassled, they're harried, they have to do the most good for the most students. Is it really so wrong that the disruptive kid be taken care of in this pharmacological way?
I don't think it's wrong to deal with a disruptive kid. I think we ought to deal with disruptive kids because we need to be concerned about all the kids getting an education. I do think it's wrong to deal with disruptive kids by taking a quick fix, giving them drugs over the opposition of the parents. Remember, we have a situation here in which the parents feel that the child is in fact controllable in other ways, and indeed the parents are obviously able to deal with the children in other ways. The school district, unfortunately, is taking the easy way out.
What's the Supreme Court going to say? What are the federal courts going to say in the case of New Hampshire?
Well, the federal courts speak for themselves. I never predict. I never get it right when I predict the federal courts. But it would be my guess the federal courts would find this offensive both under the federal law and under the Constitution.
Okay, a pro-Ritalin parent is next. We'll be right back.
I was practicing my hook shot when she walked in.
Looks like we're working together.
Brains, talent, she had everything.
This story's hot.
Including bad breath.
Something wrong?
I moved to the right, the left. There was no escape.
Excuse me.
Somebody like her.
How could I forget Scoop? Bad breath germs, goodbye. Wow, I'll show him.
Oh no, not again.
Hi.
Her breath.
I figured it out.
Right. For a positive reaction, the power of Scope. Now that we cleared the air, we could finally get down to business.
Julie Shipman before Nutrisystem, Julie Shipman after Nutrisystem.
I lost 85 pounds in 7 months, and I feel better now than I've ever felt in my life. My life changed in the sense that I wasn't afraid anymore to go out and be in front of people or be with people. I can actually wear a swimsuit now, and I haven't worn a swimsuit since I was 11 years old.
3 weeks for only $59. We succeed where diets fail you. Call 995-5000.
The triumph, the heartbreak, the spectacle, the drama. The Summer Olympics on NBC.
And Channel 2, proud to bring the Olympic heart and soul home to Houston.
NBC News will be in Seoul because the Olympics are more than sport. They're an important world event.
And Channel 2 News will be here every night to bring you Houston's news following the game.
Working together in the Olympic tradition, only on NBC and only on Channel 2.
When you get to be 91 years old and you've lost the love of your life, it's hard to keep on going. But thanks to my United Way volunteers, I found the strength to go on living.
Your gift through the United Way is helping elderly people know they're never alone. Caring is only a phone call away.
Ella? Same old thing.
You're doing so much for so many. The United Way.
This is Jean Harrison. She's the founder of Challenge. That's a non-profit organization set up to support children and adults with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That's the ADD that Ritalin is so often prescribed for. Was Ritalin prescribed for your child?
Yes, it was, and he's still on it. He's 17 years old.
How long has he been on it?
He was on it in 4th grade for a short period of time, and then there was a myth that at puberty you couldn't take Ritalin anymore, and so he was off of it and didn't start again until he was 15.
So he's taken it 15, 16, and 17.
Right, right.
And has it worked, obviously, the question?
Yes, it works. You know, there are a lot of parents out there who have children on Ritalin or another kind of amphetamine or I didn't mean to say it, stimulant, or even an antidepressant. And this medication works for them, and there are lots of them. There are lots of support groups. And I do want to make the point that Challenge, as you said, was nonprofit. And we put out a newsletter of interviews with people, doctors all over the country, that have factual information and is available. And they can write to me at Challenge in West Newbury, Massachusetts, 01985.
01985 West Newbury, Massachusetts. But let me ask you this. Who made the decision for your son to take Ritalin?
A qualified physician.
How would you respond if it were his teachers or his principal or the school board who told you he had to take it as a condition of his attending public school?
Yeah, I'd have a problem with that. I think it's a very complicated issue. I think the teachers feel up against it because they don't know how to respond, and the parents obviously should not be told by a teacher that that's not their area of expertise. And I certainly wouldn't want to see teachers prescribing. I don't think teachers want to prescribe, and I personally don't know any who have, but I don't take question that maybe some have. But it's such a complicated issue that we really need to present factual information where there's been some research, and there's an awful lot of hysteria about this whole issue of attention deficit disorder. And there are a lot of parents who will see a show like this and be very frightened because they have a child on medication and they're all of a sudden fearful that this child is going to go out and do something incredible. They're children who can't take it, and they're children who don't respond to it. And the important factor is that for the children who can take it and who do respond to it, it's a very safe and effective drug. I mean, you can't say anything is 100% safe. I mean, even aspirin, you know, we take our risks. But if you lived with a child with this disorder and you watched this child falling apart and your whole family coming apart because there's so much mismanagement, you would want to have the best available management for him that you could get, and that would mean an educational in the school, that would mean medication, and that would mean parent training.
All right, let me get a different point of view, another point of view. What about that? That sounds right, doesn't it? If you had a hyperactive kid, your house would be hell. I mean, you can understand how difficult it would be. I mean,
I've got 2 and probably 3 that would be diagnosed by most of the doctors as hyperactive. My 4-year-old Jason is an extremely kinetic child. I don't like using hyperactive. I like kinetic. They're full of energy. And we are using the parenting classes, preschool, in order to help him deal with this energy so that when he does go to the public school system, he'll be able to cope with the stress of being locked in a classroom for 6 hours a day. Which
let me ask you a question. Okay, that's a stress, obviously. Have you had a negative experience with Ritalin in your family?
Yes, I was diagnosed as hyperactive in the 5th grade. My brother and I were both diagnosed, a twin brother. I started taking the drug. Within 6 months, I had the same effects as David did. It slowed me down. I felt lethargic. I couldn't speak the way I was normally capable of speaking.
Your brother?
My twin brother Gerald took it for 5.5 years. When the day we graduated from the 8th grade, he stopped taking Ritalin. He was taking 45 milligrams a day. Within a week, he was dead of suicide. Unfortunately, the teachers, the professors, the doctors are telling you all the good benefits of Ritalin, and yeah, it does help keep your kids in the back of the classroom quiet and calm. Unfortunately, they're not telling them about the bad effects, the depression that can be caused from the Ritalin itself, from the withdrawal. And then I'd be interested to know whether this doctor has correlated any side effects as far as drug abuse in adults that have taken Ritalin.
Don't answer now. We have to take a break, doctor. We'll be right back.
some of this, try some of that. A little more of this, a little more of that. Give them all a little pat of butter. Spread on this, take off that. 36 calories, can't beat that. Give the guy a pat, you and I pat. Give them all a little pat of butter.
Delicious, pure, fresh, natural dairy butter. It has only 36 calories per pat, the same as margarine. Isn't that terrific?
Look at this, look at that. Give them all a little pat of butter.
Let me ask you something. Why pay more for pink or blue packets when they're Sugar Twin? Sugar Twin costs less, tastes great, sweetens my coffee perfectly. So why pay more?
Sugar Twin. Sweet taste, sweeter price.
My mom and dad were from Naples, and you know, your Classico di Napoli tomato and basil pasta sauce is so like my mom's. What a sauce.
Classico di Napoli, authentic regional pasta sauce.
For transcripts, please send $3 to Journal Graphics, Geraldo Transcripts, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. Or call 212-227-READ.
It's delicious.
It's Folgers crystals.
I'm shocked.
You've seen these commercials, shut secretly in fine restaurants, but maybe you think, no one in my house would fall for that Folgers switch. Well, now you can find out. Write to Folgers Switch at this address, and we'll send you a high-value coupon for Folgers crystals and a step-by-step brochure to do the secret switch at home. Folgers crystals. Find out if someone in your home will say,
Well, this tastes just like fresh brewed to me. I can't believe it.
Whatever your taste, traditional, contemporary, oriental, or country, JCPenney offers fashion products and services that lend custom character to the interior concept of your home. Decorator consultants will help you coordinate colors, patterns, and textures in carpeting, fabrics, bed ensembles, and custom window products, all in the comfort of your own living room. Our convenient credit plan and professional installation make this a rewarding shopping experience. See the JCPenney Dream Bedroom at the Houston House Beautiful Show, September 23rd through the 25th at the George Brown Convention Center.
From when you graduate from high school, the main thing is credit, and you work so hard to achieve it, and then to get it ruined over a $26 book club, you know, it really, you know, made me mad. We were watching Channel 2, and we seen Gail Anderson, and we decided to give her a try. Gail Anderson got a hold of them up in New York, and about 3 weeks later, we received a letter of apology from them, and we were very happy. Channel 2 worked for me. It really did.
Okay, Doctor, I've just heard a horror story of, I guess, presumably the withdrawal from Ritalin after a long and heavy prescription of it. His twin brother, in the most drastic case, committed suicide. What happens when people come off Ritalin? How long do you keep a child? Let's say that it was right for Chadwick here, or David here. How long would they stay on Ritalin until it became something that was, you know, not good for them, even assuming they didn't have these side effects while they were taking it?
There's not a simple answer to that because every child is different. So that a child like David might be on Ritalin for 3 months or 6 months. He might be on it for 2 years. Very few children remain on Ritalin indefinitely. Ritalin I would put in the same class as penicillin, as flu vaccine, as polio vaccine. They're complicated medications. They have to be used very, very carefully with very close attention to the dosage, to the side effects, to the long-term effects. One has to use them very
David's
carefully.
parents say that he was forced to take this drug for 5 years. Doesn't that sound the long side to you?
That is on the long side. I would say that most children do not take Ritalin that long. One would always monitor very, very carefully the benefits, any kind of side effects. One would use the lowest possible dosage for the shortest period of time to be effective. Try the child without medication at regular intervals. Try not to use the medication on weekends or vacations or holidays. Use the lowest possible dose for the shortest period of time.
Which parent would like to respond briefly? Go ahead.
It's okay for the doctor to say that it could be used under controlled situations. However, the school recommended my child to take the Ritalin without an examination. And before you can make a recommendation for anything, you would have to know the condition of the child. And he made mention of a number of other drugs that would be used, and they are not in the same classification. Drugs such as Ritalin is in the classification with things like morphine, that I've learned, or cocaine. And those are very dangerous drugs. And my son has been put on that drug to help him, supposedly, and in a matter of fact, it has hurt him instead of helping.
Take a break. Okay, Jordan?
Caffrey toothpaste decaffeinates your smile.
Coffee and tea can stain your smile, like they stain your cup.
Caffrey gets out coffee and tea stains better than the leading toothpaste. Caffrey toothpaste or Minty Gel. Caffrey decaffeinates your smile.
When I bite into a York peppermint patty, I get the sensation of cold, crisp mountain air as I soar in the championship ski jump. Ta-da!
Lovely. You win a silver.
Get the York sensation.
Most pharmacies have lonely little computers who can talk to no one but themselves, and your records are locked up inside. But Walgreens has a network of friendly computers who talk to each other, so your current prescription records are available to you or your doctor across the city or across America. Intercom, a free Walgreens service.
Switch from your old soft contact lens disinfection system to the one-step preservative-free disinfection system from Cibavision. The AOSET introductory pack, now only $4.99.
Meet the luckiest woman in Houston today on The Scene at 5.
Jack Doyle before Nutrisystem. Jack Doyle after Nutrisystem.
I lost 94 pounds, and I feel fantastic. I've been in the restaurant business for 15 years and find myself always exposed to food. I was constantly eating, but thanks to Nutrisystem, I've solved that problem. I really feel good about myself. I feel like I have a lot more self-confidence than I used to. My wife used to call me the incredible expanding man. Now she calls me incredible.
3 weeks for only $59. We succeed where diets fail you. Call 995-5000.
These gentlemen were kind enough to come on the program. They were on Ritalin. They are now off it. We didn't have a chance to talk to them, but I want to quickly introduce them. What's your name?
Edward, I'm 8. Frankie, I'm 8. 9.
Or whatever.
Josh Kratos.
Okay, you met Chadwick and David. We want to thank you guys for coming on. Hold it. Who actually wrote the prescription in Chadwick's case?
Our pediatrician.
Your pediatrician?
Yes.
So the school didn't write the prescription?
No, they prescribed it, they diagnosed him, and they pressured the doctor in my family.
Services have been furnished to the Geraldo Show in exchange for these announcements. Hotel accommodations in New York City provided by the Omni Park Central in mid-Manhattan near Carnegie Hall, Central Park, and Broadway theaters. Call 800-THE-OMNI or 212-484-3300.
I want to quickly thank all our guests here. Thank you guys. Say goodbye to your folks at home. Everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ron Stone. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of The Scene at 5. On the program today, we're going to go out Westheimer as far as you can possibly go.
Next time on Nova, Interleukin 2, a major cancer breakthrough or a dangerous and expensive bust. Nova looks at the scientific and human drama behind the attempt to forge a potent new weapon in the war on cancer. Join me for Nova's first report on battles in the war on cancer as we spotlight a wonder drug on trial.
Tuesday night at 8 on Houston Public Television.
Pueblo, Colorado couldn't hold it. The free consumer information catalog listing helpful government booklets on money, food, health, and more. For your free catalog and free sample booklet, hurry. Send your name and address to Catalog Plus, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
Channel 8 is a service of the University of Houston and is supported by members of the Association for Community Television. This is KUHT Houston.
Funding for this program is provided by the Foundation of the Houston Psychiatric Society.
Good evening. I'm Roberta Hammond. Our society prizes those people with the discipline to set goals and accomplish them. Schools foster this behavior by requiring children to sit still for ever greater periods of time as they learn to master language and mathematical symbols. Reading a whole story or a book, waiting till recess to play, no talking without permission, going to the bathroom at prescribed times. All these disciplines mean a child has to defer some immediate want or need. What happens, though, to the child who can't focus her attention for more than just a few seconds on any one thing? Or the child who can't stay in his seat and wants to move around constantly? Or the child who responds impulsively to what captivates her at the moment? What happens is they don't fit. They are, depending on the intensity of their behavior, hard for classmates, family, and teachers to love. And without proper response from others, it's often hard for them to love themselves. So they grow up feeling like failures, sometimes punishing others and themselves for being set aside and not valued. These children have a disability called attention deficit disorder. Many psychiatrists think of it as a neurodevelopmental disorder. Getting a diagnosis that looks at the whole child and comprehensive treatment can turn around the lives of these children and their families, many of whom suffer terribly from believing they've done something to cause these problems. Tonight's program is the third in our monthly series on issues related to psychiatry, that branch of medicine that deals with the mind. My guest tonight is Dr. Robert McKelvey. He's the medical director of Cullen Bayou Place and chief of psychiatry service at Texas Children's Hospital. Dr. McKelvey is head of the Division of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at Baylor College of Medicine, and he has a special interest in attention deficit disorders. Off camera, other psychiatrists will take your phone calls and pass many of your questions to us, and we invite you to call right away. The number here is 749-7371. Thank you, Dr. McKelvey, for being here. I know that for a long time, attention deficit disorders were called by various other names. I remember hearing hyperactivity, minimal brain damage, learning disabilities. What's the history of this disorder?
Well, I'm sure that as long as there have been children trying to go to school, there have been kids who had trouble with their behavior and trouble with learning, both in the school and the home setting. Fidgety, restless kids who just had a hard time. I brought along a book this evening by a 19th century German physician called Der Struwwel Peter. And in this book, he describes a young fellow named Fidgety Phil. Fidgety Phil can't sit still, and in the course of the story, he manages to pull the entire dinner of his family over on top of himself, to the enormous consternation of his parents. After World War I, there was a large influenza epidemic. Probably people who are watching, who are my age at least, will have lost a grandparent or two in this. A lot of children were afflicted with it, and some of them developed encephalitis and inflammation of the brain. When they were recovering, physicians noticed that these kids were different than they had been before. They were unruly, disobedient, hyperactive, inattentive, impulsive. And they referred to this condition as organic drivenness. That is, there was something that had happened to their brain that had changed the way in which they behaved. Gradually, other physicians noticed that kids who did not have this same history of an insult to the brain behaved in very similar ways. Well, they thought, these kids probably really did have a brain injury, but nobody picked it up. So let's call it minimal brain damage. Well, gradually, as the condition was studied, physicians realized that there wasn't really anything that you could see that was wrong with the brain, but people were wanting to believe that the pathology was in the brain, so they changed it from minimal brain damage to minimal brain dysfunction, that somehow at a biochemical or physiological level, there was a problem that caused these kids to be bombarded with stimuli and to respond to them impulsively. We've also focused away from the brain and on the behavior. During the 60s and 70s, we talked about hyperkinesis. And now we focus on attention. Well, all of these different names, organic drivenness, minimal brain damage or dysfunction, hyperkinesis, attention deficit disorder, they're all basically describing the same kids who have a lot of trouble with attention, with impulsivity, and with hyperactivity.
Why can't someone say in response and in criticism, but all kids act like that. Kids aren't made to sit still. School's kind of an artificial environment designed to ready everybody for an orderly inclusion into society. Isn't imagination part of childhood when something wonderful calls your mind away from the classroom or from what mother or father is saying? What if this friend looks more interesting, or that friend's toy looks more interesting than the toy you have? What makes what you're describing different from ordinary childhood?
Well, you're absolutely right in pointing out that kids are kids, that they're not just little adults who sit around simply doing their job. But what is required in making a diagnosis of ADD is that the child's inattention and impulsivity and hyperactivity be inappropriate for their developmental level.
You're not comparing the behaviors then to just the fact that they don't do well at home, school, or with friends. You're saying they're not doing well against some measure that's appropriate for all children at that age and time.
Well,
is that right?
For instance, if you think about a teenager who has ADD, that teenager will not be as motorically active as, say, a toddler who has ADD. But he will be much more restless and fidgety than the average teenager. So essentially, you're taking the symptom and comparing it to the time of life, the appropriate developmental level of activity for that time of life.
Well, what are the symptoms then, again, of attention deficit disorder? And I am assuming you mean these have to be fairly pronounced so that we know they're not part of that developmental range.
Right. The cardinal symptoms are an inability to focus attention at times when one really needs to focus attention, such as in school. That's one. Another is impulsivity, whether it's motor impulsivity or emotional impulsivity. And the third is hyperactivity. Now, there is a concept that this condition, attention deficit disorder, can exist in children without the hyperactivity component, particularly in girls. And it's felt that girls are often missed because they don't have that motor drivenness that the boys often exhibit.
I want to push again on the idea that this is abnormal for the typical development of boys and girls. What about the old adage, you know, that boys will be boys, that they are rougher and tumble more? Feminist arguments aside, it seems clear when you look at any day school or any pre-kindergarten or kindergarten that little boys can play tougher or rougher than little girls. What's so different about the impulsive or hyperactive or inattentive boy child or female child that is not right for that age and period of development?
Well, if you take a look at kids sitting in a classroom and you ask someone to identify who's got attention deficit disorder versus who doesn't, you see in a structured setting like a class where a person has to sit still and pay attention that there'll be one or two children who just can't do that, who are all over the place, responding to the birds singing at the window, the truck driving by, the paper rattling in the seat next to them, the pencil drop behind them. Those kids are manifesting a level of inattention and impulsivity and activity far beyond the norm. So I think that's the point you're looking for, that it really exceeds the developmental norm.
When does it most show itself?
Well, it's probably easiest to pick up sometime between in the early school years, say between the ages of 6 and 11. That tends to be the time that it's picked up. However, parents, particularly in looking back, will often tell you that even in the womb, this was an extremely active child.
So it's when the child hits school and certain demands of structure are placed on the child that the disorder begins to really show itself.
That's when it really begins to call attention to itself. But parents, particularly parents who've had a fair amount of experience with children, either in their own family or the family of friends, will often pick this condition up quite early, even before the age of 3. Usually by 3 years, parents can tell that they've got a kid who's very unusual. But if you ask a mother and do a careful history and say, well, what was your son? And I'm using males in this case, not because I'm a chauvinist, which I'm not, but because from 5 to 9 to 1 of these kids are boys. What was your son like when he was an infant? Well, he was very unusual. He was hard to comfort. He was fidgety. He squirmed around a lot. He had colic. And often from the very beginning, the mother can pick up that there really is something wrong with the kid. And then when he puts on shoes and starts to walk and to climb and just takes off like he's got a motor, bumping into everything that isn't nailed down, climbing, falling, having accidents, the parents begin to sense that there's really something very different about the child.
Is there any test that can prove that this child has this disorder?
No, unfortunately there isn't. It's a clinical diagnosis based on a trained clinician's careful observations of behavior, and in addition to his or her own observations, finding out, particularly from the teacher, who's one of the best sources of information, how does this kid's level of attention and impulsivity and activity compare with the hundreds of other kids you've seen.
So the teacher is often a good barometer of this developmental difference.
Probably the best.
I bet you, though, that many teachers have just conceived of these children as problems, as disruptive influences. Was there a time that information changed the view of these children and they began to be more compassionate acceptance?
Well, I think as knowledge of this disorder becomes more widespread, and a lot of information is reaching the public that didn't reach them before in vehicles such as this show, I think that people are beginning to understand that these kids have a problem which they really didn't cause and can't necessarily do a great deal about. We don't know for certain what causes this condition. But from the beginning, and with increasing evidence, one feels that it is centered in the brain, that it is a disorder in some way of brain function. We think of it now, and again, these are theories which people are working to try to demonstrate, but we think of it now as a disorder in the neurochemistry or the neurophysiology of the brain. And one model has it that the hundreds of stimuli that bombard us all the time are screened out in our brainstem, that part of the brain between the base of the brain and the frontal lobes. All of the irrelevant stimuli are screened out, and only the things that we need to focus on get through. For instance, if I were a hyperactive or an ADD child sitting here, I'd be trying to talk to you, but I might also notice that there's some interesting things to look at in this room, and there's some cameras and there's some guys walking around, and each one of these stimuli would have equal call on my attention. Well, how do you learn when your brain is doing that to you? But I think perhaps the critical point to realize is that these kids have a disorder which an emotional problem didn't cause, and which their parents didn't cause, and which they didn't cause, that they were probably born with or got around the time of birth.
I was just going to ask if good prenatal care or the absence of it has anything to do with this disorder.
Well, many people feel that there are things like perinatal and postnatal insults, hypoxia, things like that.
What is hypoxia?
Well, a lack of oxygen when the child doesn't breathe in enough oxygen. Things like lead in the environment, various toxins that may contribute to this disorder as well as any genetic cause. We really may be looking at a final common pathway, so to speak, for a lot of different insults to the brain.
So we know it by its effects, but we don't have clear ideas as to its very causes.
We have a lot of ideas, but none of them are proven. It's like the majority of psychiatric diagnoses, particularly in children, we don't really know for sure where it comes from.
Before we talk about the other accompanying problems that these children can have, I want to go to some questions. Is intelligence level related to ADD, or attention deficit disorder?
These kids generally have normal intelligence. However, they aren't able to apply that intelligence as we wish they could. Because, you know, if you can imagine trying to sit in a classroom and having all of these stimuli bombard you all the time. A colleague of mine uses the description of a light strobe model in a disco, so that you have a flash over here and pick up a bit of information in this area, and then a bit over here, and then a bit over there. But that's a terrible way to learn. You're learning in little snapshots, so that even though a child may be of normal intelligence, and most of these kids are, he is not going to be able to apply that intelligence in the way we'd all want him to be able to.
Is that child suffering because of all this stimuli?
Oh,
is that
yes.
a painful? It is painful.
Oh, well, I beg your pardon. I don't know that the stimuli themselves
No,
cause
I don't
the
mean
child
physically
to suffer.
painful. I mean, is it exhausting? Is it hard to live with a state of being where you're constantly bombarded?
I read an interesting description that a colleague of mine gave me about a grown-up ADD child, a man in his 30s, who read about the concept of a residual state, so to speak, of ADD, went to see a psychiatrist, was started on a stimulant medication, and suddenly felt that he was living a whole different kind of life. He talked about walking down the street and for the first time noticing the light shining through the trees and what a beautiful thing that was, and the fact that he didn't need to rush on to something else, that he could stand there and appreciate that beautiful natural scene. So the pain comes, I think, in not being able to stay with something and enjoy it or learn from it.
We have at least 4 questions from people about adults with ADD, which surprised me. Apparently, there are lots of us out there who may sense that we had these experiences in childhood, but perhaps didn't get treatment, and now, like your 30-year-old example, sense that it's still with us. We may have adapted or in some way compensated, but the effects are still here. So these questions are all about the treatment for adults with ADD. Are there specific tests for adults with ADD? What does it look like in adults? What does happen to an ADD child who grows up, let's say, without any intervention, without any treatment?
Well, the natural history of this disorder is often a rather sad one, because you imagine a child who is born with this brain disorder, which makes it difficult for them to focus attention on one thing, which makes them impulsive. That makes their interactions with all of the people around them, the important adults, their mother and father, their teachers, their peers, very difficult and painful. So that they have a lifelong of negative feedback from the people they love and care about and want to please. And by the time that's gone on for 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 years, usually that child has got very low self-esteem, a very low opinion of himself, if he's not been treated and not been helped by his family and environment to feel better about himself. So when you come to be an adult, and one of the key features in this is a low self-esteem. In addition, the adults often have the same kind of cognitive thinking disabilities that children have. They may have learned to deal with them a little bit better. They may have learned to tell themselves, well, let her complete her sentence before you break in. But they still have that impulse to speak and to blurt out an answer which has tormented them all their lives.
Does that mean that they have not outgrown the disorder, or they've not been helped to deal with it? In other words, is it there residually and habitually because the behavior hasn't been challenged, or is literally the same neurochemical response still going on?
Well, I don't think at this point in time we know enough about the disorder to be certain about that. My guess is that certain of these adults still have a basic underlying problem in their brain which makes them respond differently from the average Joe. Other people may truly have outgrown it. When you look at hyperactive or attention deficit disorder children grown up, about half of them are basically functioning normally.
And literally outgrew the disorder.
They literally outgrew it, but another half didn't. They still have mild to severe problems in their cognition and their emotionality, their ability to focus on things. And sadly, a good quarter of them grow up and develop antisocial behaviors and really have rather poor outcomes, which emphasizes the need to treat this and to treat it vigorously.
Let's go back now to the child with ADD. Are there other reasons for this kind of behavior that are not the result of attention deficit disorder? And are there also other accompanying problems, which then will lead us in to treatment ideas?
Yes, that's a good question, because an inability to focus attention, being overly active, those are not specific to attention deficit disorder. An anxious child will have trouble, an anxious adult will have trouble focusing attention and may be motorically hyperactive. Kids are particularly prone to use their muscles to discharge anxiety. A depressed child may look the same way. A child who's been abused or a child who's grown up in a very chaotic setting may look identical to an ADD child. So it's a critical task for the clinician is to rule out other possible causes for this same symptom picture and be sure that you're really dealing with ADD, which we presume is an underlying brain disorder.
Can you have both? Can you have ADD and depression or anxiety, or stress reactions to an event in a child's life?
Yeah, you certainly can. It's common, for instance, for ADD children to also have what we call conduct disorders. Now, whether those evolve out of ADD or whether they're a part of it, we don't know. But those are problems where kids violate the basic rights of others. Depression and ADD often coexist.
Does one cause the other?
Well, that's the $64,000 question. I think that many of us believe that, again, that ADD is a brain disorder, and that struggling and the struggle and the pain that is attendant to this cause secondary emotional problems, secondary depression. But no one really knows that for certain.
Here's a good question, and it has to do with the biological causes of this group of behaviors. Is there an association between Tourette's syndrome and the occurrence of ADD? You might explain Tourette's syndrome first.
Well, Tourette's syndrome, this is actually kind of interesting in a way. Its formal name is a chronic motor vocal tic disorder. And when people created our new diagnostic manual, they said, we're no longer going to have any individuals' names, but when they came to chronic motor vocal tic disorder, they decided, let's stick with Tourette's. But Tourette's is a condition in which children develop tics, which can be in their bodies or in speech. Mm-hmm. And the association with ADD is quite interesting. Approximately 60% of kids who have Tourette's also have ADD. A much smaller percentage of kids with ADD have Tourette's, so maybe 3%. And one controversial area is whether stimulant treatment of ADD can actually bring out Tourette's in a susceptible individual.
We are now at the stage of talking about treatment. I'm amazed at the numbers of questions here having to do with schools. Mm-hmm. So before we talk about the physician's response, apparently it's important to parents to know about what the schools ought to do, because if it's noticed or picked up, chiefly at school ages, One parent wants to know, what can we instruct teachers? How can we help them to help ADD kids? Another, what recommendations do you have to teachers of ADD children, how to modify the teaching approach? And another, is it normal for the school to suspend kids for hyperactivity? So something's not happening right for at least 3 parents, their ADD children, and the schools. What's been your experience of the schools in their reactions to these children?
It's really hard to overemphasize the importance of school, of course, to all children, but particularly for kids who have ADD. If you think a little bit about the kinds of difficulties these children have, it helps you to think about what a school can do to modify its program to help the kids. One thing, for instance, is that these children become more inattentive and more impulsive when there's a lot of stimulation. So putting them in a relatively small classroom, which is fairly quiet, and of course I know that's perhaps impossible with 8 and 9-year-olds, but if you can do it, that's a very important thing to do, to try to decrease the stimulation.
There is a list of the other treatment techniques.
Right. Do you want me to discuss those,
Sure,
or shall I go on with the
We
school?
can come back to the application of those in schools and at home, I think, but this is kind of the overview. Probably the most controversial, at least right now, is medication. Am I right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Well, medication is controversial in a way, although it is important and not controversial in the sense that we don't want to use it. It's very important to the treatment of these kids. And it has been shown in over 100 double-blind controlled studies that stimulant medication eases significantly the cardinal symptoms of ADD. So it is a proven therapeutic aid. Now, the bad news, in a sense, about medication is that although it dramatically reduces the immediate symptoms, long-term it doesn't seem by itself to have a very dramatic effect. ADD children who are not treated at all will have lower self-esteem and poorer social skills than kids who've been on medication. But the job performance and the overall success rate of those kids will not differ whether they've been treated with medication or not. To really maximize the success of an ADD child, you've got to give him medication. You've got to look at him as an individual and say, what other problems does this child have? If he has learning problems, then you've got to try to help him to get special tutoring or perhaps special education. If he's developed low self-esteem or depression because of the reaction to the environment, you've got to get him into therapy and help him deal with that. You want to help his parents to realize that this is not a bad kid. This is a kid who really, in many ways, cannot help the way he is, and to give them instruction about how they can make his life easier. So you want a comprehensive treatment approach to maximize the potential for these kids to do well.
Then it seems to me the diagnosis must be comprehensive and very thorough. How do you get the right diagnosis? What do you do if your 6-year-old is bouncing off the walls in kindergarten or first grade, and the teacher says, something has to be done, this child is not behaving as he should? What do parents do?
You want to take the child to a clinician who has experience with attention deficit disorder, and you want to be sure that that clinician spends the time that the child deserves to make that diagnosis. A clinician diagnosing a child with ADD has to do a lot of things. He has to take a careful history to find out if there are any possible organic causes, such as lead exposure, things like that. He has to trace the history of the disorder to make you feel much more comfortable about the diagnosis of ADD if you see that it has started almost from the beginning of the child's life and continued up to the present than if it just started 2 or 3 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. You want essentially to rule out all other possible causes for inappropriate inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity before you decide this is attention deficit disorder, a brain disorder which is treatable with stimulants.
We have a question about the kinds of stimulants that are useful. What is the role of Ritalin? I'm assuming that Ritalin is in that category of stimulants. How does it work?
Well, that again is a very controversial question. If I could answer it, I'd be a full professor, I think. But the theory is again that there is an inadequacy, so to speak, of stimulants in the brain. That is, there are various kinds of stimulants in our brains: noradrenaline, dopamine, things like this, and medications like Ritalin, which is the brand name for methylphenidate, or dexedrine, in a sense act in lieu of the normal brain chemical, which is perhaps in short supply. So one can hypothesize that it acts in that way, that it in a sense replaces a chemical that in a certain part of the brain may be in short supply.
Why is it that you have a very active child and you would give a very active child a stimulant?
Well, that is what the early workers in this field referred to as the paradoxical effect of methylphenidate. If I took methylphenidate, I'd have a lot of trouble sitting in this chair.
You'd become hyperactive.
I'd be running around the room and having a difficult time. But in a child, and interestingly enough, in all children will respond to stimulants by calming, but a hyperactive child will respond with extraordinary calming. And why is that? Well, no one really knows, but it seems to have to do with the medication's ability to raise again that screen, which screens out the bombardment of irrelevant stimuli into the child's brain. That's the theory.
Does it enable the child to sort of flip from that state of equal stimuli to one in which he or she can focus and then learn? And once that happens, does the child know the difference between this state and the other state?
Oh, yes, very.
How do they react? What do they say?
Well, it's interesting. They have mixed reactions. Of course, I think most of them are very happy that the people in their in their environment are responding to them like they do to everybody else. They feel a bit better about themselves. On the other hand, some of them complain because they miss that high in
that
a way.
Edge.
Yeah, that lively quality that an ADD child has.
Does this depress them in any way?
Well, some of the kids do get depressed, whether it's from having a little too much medication, or whether it's from missing the way they used to feel, or whether it's from realizing how bad things were, is hard to say. But some of them, when they do start medication, will seem a bit sad, and usually what you do is to reduce the dosage, and that will usually take care of it.
You said that medication alone will not do it, and a comprehensive treatment plan has to happen. Most parents, though, may not know that that's the case. One person asks if a pediatrician is qualified to diagnose and treat ADHD or attention deficit disorder. Does that mean that pediatricians are able then to prescribe the stimulant, but not necessarily equipped to follow the progress of the child psychologically throughout the course of
well, I have worked in my career. I've had the privilege of working with some very, very fine pediatricians who are excellent diagnosticians of this disorder. So I would say that there certainly are pediatricians who are very skilled behaviorally and are excellent at treating ADD or ADHD. Again, we have the name problem.
But does it mean then that that is sufficient if you've got a pediatrician who works specifically in the area of attention deficit disorders and that pediatrician prescribes Ritalin? Is that sufficient?
Again, that is a controversial area. My feeling is that there are probably different types of ADD and different levels of severity. And I can imagine a child who is very bright, who has very supportive, understanding parents who are not put off by their child's difficult behavior, who attends a superb school with small, quiet classrooms, and who learns well. I can imagine a child like that being able to take only stimulant medication and do all right. But I think particularly for those kids who have a more severe form of the disorder, they really need a much more comprehensive treatment approach. What you're really trying to do is to maximize these kids' chances to utilize all of their talents, and particularly to prevent them from having a bad prognosis.
One parent wants to know about another stimulant. I'm assuming Silert is a stimulant, and asks how long can it be used for an 8 or 9-year-old? So that leads to what happens. Does the child stay on stimulants forever, throughout adulthood, or just for a period of time?
It used to be thought that hyperactivity, as ADD was called, went away when a child entered puberty. And indeed, you see that the hyperactive behavior goes away, or at least it diminishes. An adolescent may be more fidgety than his buddies, but at least he's not rushing around the room like he used to. However, the problems with attention and the problems with impulsivity continue, and continue to disrupt that adolescent's learning, or they often can, and perhaps half of the cases are 60%. So it is really worth considering continuing stimulant medication throughout adolescence. As with all medications, you want to try kids off it every 6 months or so. You want to try increasing it, you want to try decreasing it. But just because a kid has entered adolescence, that doesn't mean that the central attentional problem has gone away. It's just as potent and destructive as it ever was.
So that's, again, another reason to have comprehensive support systems. You mentioned earlier that a low-stress environment helps, counseling for the family and the child if that's necessary. What is a low-stress environment for an ADD child?
Well, I was thinking about an environment where the various stimuli, since stimuli disorganize an ADD child, you want to diminish them. So for instance, when you're painting his room, you don't want to paint it day-glow orange. You'd like to paint it a calm color. You might want to have fewer objects of furniture in the room. You might want to have only a few toys. You're essentially putting fewer stimuli in the child's environment so that he's not bombarded by so many things at once.
Does this child want, however, a very stimulating environment? In other words, can you measure what you do for this child by the child's reaction?
I think that when you do that, generally speaking, you see the child calm down. And when the kids calm down and adults begin to respond to them more positively, they begin to feel better about themselves, like all of us would.
Another parent wants to know about her 12-year-old. The child was diagnosed with ADD. The school doesn't recognize it. What can I do to help her self-esteem? She is failing.
Well, I think it would be a very good thing. Did you say that the child had already been diagnosed?
Yes.
I think that a child like that probably needs some additional help, and I would consider very seriously getting the child into therapy so that the kid can begin, number one, because the therapist can work with the child about how she feels. Therapist can work with the parent on ways that she can assist the child, and the therapist also may be able to deal with the school and help them to see that this kid really has a problem that needs some extra loving care. Most schools, I think, those are good people. They want to help these kids, and oftentimes they just need someone helping them and giving them some good ideas.
We have talked about learning disabilities, and you've said that is not necessarily a part of an attention deficit disorder. How would you describe learning disabilities, and can they exist without ADD?
They certainly can. ADD children, to begin with, have difficulty learning because of this attentional style which shifts from one object to the next. You know, I'm looking at the teacher, then I'm looking at the bird, and then I'm listening to the truck, and I've missed learning how to add. So many of them will have problems learning. Now, specific learning disabilities are things like dyslexia, having trouble specifically with reading, which is not related to any intellectual defect. Where they may be doing all right in math, but having a terrible time reading because they reverse letters or don't process the information correctly. 15 to 20% of ADD children, in addition to their learning style problems, will have specific learning disabilities. And conversely, kids who have specific learning disabilities sometimes will have ADD. An important point to make here is that stimulant medication will not change learning disabilities. Those still have to be treated by a trained special education teacher.
Don't learning disabilities include things other than dyslexia and math? Don't they also have to do with the way information comes in and the way it's processed and then goes out again? Or are those attention deficit disorder symptoms?
Well, I'm trying to differentiate in the ADD child between learning, what I'm calling learning style problems, which are really related to their attentional problems, and specific learning disabilities, which may or may not be directly related to the fact that their attention shifts around a lot. It's in a way something different. It's one way of thinking about it is that there's, in a way, something wrong with the wiring. The material goes in, but it doesn't get processed correctly.
So educational treatments would help the learning disabilities, but the medication by itself or therapy by itself would not help the learning disabilities. That requires something else.
The specific learning disabilities in math or in reading, those need extra special attention, and the medication won't touch them. The medication will help the child to focus in the classroom and may improve a little bit their learning style.
Well, why don't we talk now about the controversy surrounding some of these medications? There have been accusations that psychiatrists are over-medicating, pediatricians are over-medicating. Any kind of fidgety feel is immediately put on a stimulant. How do you respond to that criticism that it's indiscriminately handed out and is being given to kids who are just normal but active?
Well, that's a legitimate concern. There are approximately 600,000 or 700,000 kids in the United States who are taking stimulant medication. Is that an appropriate number? Well, we estimate that approximately 3 to 5% of kids have ADD, so that number may not be too great. But I think what the more reasonable critics are saying is, look, do a good diagnosis. Be sure you're really dealing with this stimulant responsive condition, ADD, and don't forget to look for depression and anxiety and abuse and neglect and chaotic environments. In other words, do a good diagnostic job, and in that sense, I think the critics have a point. We must do that.
We've got a question from a teacher, and I was hoping we'd get this question. The teacher wants you to talk about the need for early treatment and having the parents involved. I have a feeling this is a teacher who's seen lots of children who need this treatment and who are doing a diagnosis in the classroom but feel like they're operating alone without support from family and medical community.
Well, I think it's extremely important to educate parents both to what this disorder is and also what they can do to help their child. Much as I was saying, trying to create an environment which has a minimum of extraneous stimuli for the child to deal with. Realizing, and I think it helps a parent a lot to realize that this kid isn't doing what he's doing just to get their goat, but really can't help it. And if given medication which in a sense normalizes their brain, so to speak, that kid can then respond in the proper way. If you can help parents to see that, then that can help them to not begin to be angry and discouraged with their child and just want to push him away.
Is there a relationship between ADD and juvenile delinquency or drug abuse later in life? One viewer asks.
Yeah, there certainly is. As I said, about 25% in some studies of ADD children grown up without treatment will develop antisocial behaviors. And there also is a greater incidence of drug use. Now, a really important point to make here is that the use of stimulant medication has not been shown to lead to drug abuse.
It's not addictive?
Well, methylphenidate, Ritalin, is a drug of abuse, but when it's given to ADD children, they do not respond euphorically. They don't get the high that drives them to use it again. Instead, their condition is normalized so that it doesn't lead them to search for the drug and try to get more as an addict does.
What about side effects to that drug and other drugs, other stimulants?
The main side effect that people have worried about with stimulant medication has been a suppressive effect on growth. And it's interesting, just in the last couple of weeks, there's been a series of articles that have come out saying that in the short run, indeed, stimulants do suppress growth, but by the time children are adults, by the time they've grown up, they have caught up entirely. So that seems to be a problem that we can probably put to rest. The only time when there is a bit of danger is when you get near the time when the epiphyses in the bones, the part of the bone that grows, is closing. And if the child is still on stimulants then and hasn't caught up, they won't be able to catch up because growth will have stopped.
So that's, again, another good reason for constant monitoring by a physician.
Constant monitoring and periodic trials off the medication every 6 months or so.
Does there seem to be a residual effect? Take the medication, get off of it. Is there some residual effect in terms of attention and impulsivity?
Unfortunately, there isn't. When you stop the medication, you basically go back to where you were.
What is clonidine? A viewer wants to know its use with ADD children.
Well, I personally have not had experience with clonidine in ADD children. Clonidine is used in Tourette's. It's an antihypertensive and has been used with Tourette's syndrome. The medications besides the stimulants, methylphenidate, dexedrine, and Cylert, which are used in these kids, the primary other one is imipramine, an antidepressant. And that is a very effective medication for treating ADD, particularly ADD kids who are also depressed, or kids who live in an environment, an inner city environment where somebody might come and steal their pills and sell them to somebody on the street.
Talk about stress and a stressful environment. Is there any relationship between income level, family structure, and ADD?
That is a complex question. If you look at the outcome studies of untreated ADD kids, you find some very mixed results. One study shows that the worst outcomes were in upper level and lower social level, and the middle level folks, for some reason, did better. Now, I don't know how to explain that, but that is the result of one very long-term study done in California. But generally speaking, there isn't a difference in the incidence of the disorder across socioeconomic groups, but the outcome does seem to be different.
One person wants to know how you explain the patient's symptoms to the siblings. So we're back to the family again. How does this disorder affect brothers and sisters, the parents, and all the interaction?
Well, just like with their peers and their parents, these kids, when they're untreated, unfortunately make other people mad at them. They can't wait their turn, they can't stand in line, they blurt things out, and it annoys their peers. And I think that sensitive parents need to sit down with the brothers and sisters and say, look, Phil, to refer to our little book, has a problem in his brain that he was born with, that he can't help. He's taking a medication that makes his brain function normal, and otherwise he's a good kid.
But there must be things on beyond that. When Fidgety Phil has taken the doll of the sister or is, swiping the M&Ms off your plate, it's hard for a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old to remember that Phil is a human being. You just want to murder him. What do you do with the whole family? What are there behaviors you can build in at home for everybody that will help everybody?
The family's response to a kid who has a significant problem like ADD is very important, and I think that emphasizes why you want to get kids and families into a comprehensive treatment approach. First of all, to educate them that the kid is not bad, that he's not doing it on purpose, and I think a critical thing is to try to emphasize the positive, to focus on the things that a child does very well. For instance, an ADD kid can be one of the best people in the family at finding something that's lost because they're scanning the whole area all the time. And that's something you can reinforce and say, well, let's get Phil, he can find it, and he can find the button.
This parent wants to know how they can help an under 5-year-old at home who apparently is showing this syndrome. What else can they do?
Well, I think I may have pretty much laid out my bag of tricks, but I think with
well, you've had 5-year-old. Have you had 5-year-old
Sure.
patients who are ADD? What's a typical interaction between parent and child, or the child and you? Does that child sit in the chair when you? No.
No, I can remember a young fellow who I have seen, who I also like very much. He's a lovely human being. But when he's not on his medication, he is literally bounding all around my office, climbing on furniture and leaping from couch to chair to chair to chair, and it makes me very nervous. And I can appreciate the extraordinary difficulty that a parent has who has to be with that child the other 23 hours of the day. That is a very tough job. When that fellow, though, is on his medication, he is a doll, just a doll.
But does he know that he's different? I know I asked that before, but I think it's important to talk about the self-awareness that a child has, because you know what that does? It makes it clear then that this child is not doing it on purpose, because if he could choose to bounce all over the walls, he would do it after he had the medication. So how do they see themselves on medication and with proper therapy and educational assistance?
My guess is that initially what the child begins to sense is a certain pain that they aren't able to please the people around them, and that pain grows and intensifies and develops into low self-esteem or perhaps even a depression. Gradually, if they're bright kids and if they're helped, they begin to discover ways to sort of help themselves. For instance, they may have noticed, they may have an ability to step back and observe themselves and say, you know, I'm always getting into trouble because I interrupt. And they'll talk to themselves in their head and say, okay, I've just got to wait till she finishes talking, and then I can say, I'm not going to die, I can hang in there. So that the kid gradually begins to learn to monitor and affect his own behavior. But I don't think that begins to happen until the later part of childhood or adolescence. I think initially it's more the experience of the pain of rejection and failing to meet the requirements. Yeah.
So the earlier and more comprehensive the diagnosis and treatment, the better the chances that you prepare this child to be able to help him or herself when they get older.
That's what I believe. I think you want to start early and work across the waterfront to give them as supportive and comprehensive an approach that you can.
What can parents expect and then ask from the schools?
Well, I think that they can expect certainly that the schools attend to specific learning disabilities. I think it's fair to request that a child be put in a smaller classroom and with a teacher who has an ability to tolerate some of the often provocative behavior of these kids. Not every human being, and certainly not every teacher, does well with this kind of kid. And I think a parent needs to very carefully assess if the mix between, or the fit between their child and the teacher is a good one.
How about this? We had so many questions from adults about themselves as untreated ADD victims. Maybe that's too strong a word, but what can you do for an adult? Can that adult be placed on stimulants? Can that adult go back and retrieve the childhood that was disordered?
Well, you can't, unfortunately, go back and fix up your childhood, but adults can certainly be treated with stimulants, and there have been, reports of very dramatic results.
Without addiction and without the other side effects?
Without addiction. Again, these adults don't respond with euphoria, they respond with normalization. I think that's the critical difference. Normalization of their brain function.
We just have a few seconds. What about special diets, the elimination of sugars and additives, the Feingold diet? What's been the result of studies with that on ADD people?
Generally speaking, the variety of diets that people have tried have not been shown in controlled studies to have much of an effect. The exception to that is that the Feingold diet may help a very, very small percentage of ADD children, but by and large, diet does not, at least hasn't been proven to have an effect on ADD.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Is it fair to characterize your belief in the response to this whole disorder as a very hopeful and optimistic one if you get it early and treat it comprehensively?
It certainly is, and I think the critical point is to treat the whole child.
Thank you again. Thank you for being with us. And next month, we're going to talk about worries and fears, the anxiety disorders, phobias, and panic attacks. If you need to talk with a psychiatrist, call the Harris County Medical Society during regular business hours, and that number is 790-1838. Good night, and have a happy holiday.
Funding for this program is provided by the Foundation of the Houston Psychiatric Society.
The Hollywood wife, the kiss and tell, the husbands, the scandal, the plot thickens, blackmail, burglary, the butler did it. There's only one person who can straighten this out.
Just leave everything to the old reliable.
Lynn Redgrave and Rosemary Harris star in P.G. Woodhouse's rollicking tale from the Hollywood Hills, The Old Reliable, next time on Great Performances.
Glamorous Tales from Hollywood, Sunday night at 9:30.
Next time on Nova, Interleukin 2, a major cancer breakthrough or a dangerous and expensive bust. Nova looks at the scientific and human drama behind the attempt to forge a potent new weapon in the war on cancer. Join me for Nova's first report on battles in the war on cancer as we spotlight a wonder drug on trial.
Tuesday night at 8 on Houston Public Television.
Depression can be a human being. I mean, it's like it's alive. It just takes a hold of you and it will not let you go.
I just really didn't know who to go to.
One day, I broke down and I cried.
I knew that she didn't want to die. She was just asking for my help.
You don't have to give up just because everything feels awful. You've still got the power of choice. As long as you choose life, there's a future.
Teenage Problems discussed, Wednesday night at 7:30.
It's hard to talk frankly to kids about sex, particularly one's own children. But we're dealing with a fatal illness. You've got to get the message across to them that they must protect themselves against being infected by this virus.
AIDS is a fatal disease. It's also preventable. Know the facts about AIDS. Know how to protect yourself and your family. Tell others. For answers to your questions about AIDS, call 1-800-342-AIDS.
Channel 8 is a service of the University of Houston and is supported by members of the Association for Community Television. This is KUHT Houston.
He is one of mystery's most popular detectives.
If I'm going to go on helping you with your inquiries, I can't keep calling you Inspector.
Morse. It's just Morse.
loss. Are you the drinker?
I don't know. Are you the tyrant?
I'm the three-file man. They put me under these things when they can smell a corpse.
A gentle romantic with a passion for real ale and classical music.
First impressions are often misleading.
Oxford's tough and gritty, unorthodox detective is back.
Coded messages, murder, it's right up my street. It's not a bad way to start the day.
Inspector Morse.
Is sex more trouble than it's worth? Keep wanting to find the answer.
Beginning tonight on Mystery.
Mystery is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation.
Good evening, I'm Vincent Price. Tonight's mystery features an unusual character whom we introduced here for the first time last year. You indicated you liked him so much that we've brought him back in 3 new adventures. He is Inspector Morse, the down-to-earth, moody policeman who investigates all sorts of unusual crimes in the English university town of Oxford. Morse is the strangest detective we've encountered here on Mystery in a long time. He reads poetry, listens to Mozart, drives a classic Jaguar, and takes in the artwork at Oxford's famous Ashmolean Museum. He also drinks, possibly to excess, keeps mysteriously to himself, but he always gets his man. We arrive in Oxford by bus this time, surrounded by people who may sound very familiar to you. But familiar situations can quickly turn sinister, as we'll see right now, in part 1 of The Wolvercut Tongue.
This street's called St. Giles, and there's been a fair here every September since the Middle Ages. The whole road's blocked for days.
Well, how do people get around?
They walk.
Give us a break, Sheila. My feet are killing me.
I should like longer at Watterson myself, wouldn't you, Bill?
What? You gotta be kidding. All those beautiful chairs and nowhere to sit down.
Oh, you're getting old.
Straight ahead is the Martyrs' Memorial, where the great Protestant martyrs, Cranmer, Ridley, and Latimer, were burned by Bloody Mary. That's where the tour starts tomorrow morning. Well, here we are at the hotel, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid there's a porter strike at the moment, so I'd be grateful if you would carry your own luggage in. Anyone with difficulty, I will help. Thank you.
Come on, Laura.
Everything all right?
Be right with you. They're all waiting on us.
Let him wait. Eddie, come on, help me out of here.
Why, you're not helpless.
They put me on the street and Phil in the quiet room at the back. Can you get them to change us round? I really can't sleep if I'm on a street. I did tell you that in Cambridge.
Well, if it's all right with you, Mr. Aldrich.
Listen, honey, in our church back home, little Janet here is the deaconess. So whatever she says is okay.
This hotel is unbelievable.
Ah, come on, Laura. Best foot forward.
I've got a best foot, nothing more.
Room number 156. Lynn! Lynn! No messages for me? No, Mrs. Williams. Oh, thank you, Mr. Poindexter. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Oh, I intend to. Thank you.
Oh, Sheila! Sheila! You did remember to tell them I'm a vegan.
I did, yes.
And they do understand the difference here between vegan and vegetarian because of that last place.
This is one of the best hotels in England, Mrs. Roscoe. Ooh.
What's next on the agenda?
Oh, nothing until 6:30, thank God. See you guys later.
Yeah, okay.
At last.
You really had to travel with so much, don't you?
Come on.
All right, just give me a little rubber.
All safe and sound?
Everything, including me.
Got a few moments. We should talk.
Is something the matter, Pierre?
I'm afraid so, yes.
What?
I'm afraid I can't meet you this evening. I can't meet you.
Why not?
I can't see you again at all. Sorry.
Looking at Oxford.
On your own?
Oh, come on, Janet. This isn't New York, and we didn't figure on getting mugged.
But without a guide?
I know my way around.
Poor Janet. She can't even go to the bathroom. It's not part of the program.
You know Janet.
Howard, open up. I'm here.
I'll see you later for the briefing.
Laura. Laura, I'm back. Come on, will you open up? Are you asleep? Laura!
The Trojans. Onesie. Yes, only one. Certainly. Best you've got. No, I don't use plastic. I'll send you a check. What? Hang on a moment. What do you mean there isn't time? Laura? Laura? Laura?
Oh, my God.
Morse. M-O-R-S-E.
Can I send you a reservation booklet?
No, thank you. Never, never interrupt me when I'm booking my seat for the opera, Lewis.
Sorry, sir.
I might get Madame Butterfly instead of Berlioz. I might get Handel, for God's sake. And what's the problem?
Inspector Morse?
That's right.
We can't possibly be held responsible. Guests are warned under no circumstances to leave valuables in their rooms.
But she didn't leave them, did she? Didn't leave the room. She still hasn't.
Well, I suppose not technically speaking, but I've never actually had anything like this happen to me before.
What are they going to do, cancel the tour?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to the organizer yet. I couldn't find her.
And what time was that, Mr. Brown? Ah, sir.
Ah, excuse me.
What's the story?
Heart attack, massive coronary.
Thank you, Doctor. I was speaking to my sergeant.
I'd like to go if you don't mind. I've got a dinner.
Well, I haven't. I'm on duty, and no one leaves until I've spoken to my sergeant.
And who are you?
Morse.
Ah, Morse. Well, in that case, I'll wait, of course. If it was still a massive coronary.
Well,
Bloke went for a walk,
Excuse me.
came back, found her dead. And somebody had nicked the jewels.
before she died or after? Did she die on the bed there?
On the floor, actually.
And you moved her?
Yes.
Well, then you've got some explaining to do, Doctor. Did no one ever tell you about murder and the furtherance of theft?
Yes, of course, but this wasn't murder. It was a massive...
Coronary brought on by the shock and horror of finding a man in her room nicking her jewelry, which means that man, or woman, could be responsible for her death. And that could be murder, couldn't it, Lewis?
Wouldn't it be manslaughter, sir?
Possibly. Very possibly. Either way, it's a very serious crime. And the doctor here apparently authorized the moving of the victim's body, thereby destroying vital evidence, just because he had to go to dinner and he wanted to get on home.
Look, for God's sake!
Criminal negligence, wouldn't you say, Lewis?
Look, no one said anything to me about theft till after that man had spoken.
Oh, well, that's all right then, isn't it? Well, it's a pity about the evidence, but if no one told you, then sorry you've been troubled, Doctor. Enjoy your evening. Lewis, get on to Max. Tell him I want to see him, will you?
Look, Inspector!
Good evening, Doctor. He'll be prescribing himself Tunel and Rennies all night after that.
It's true he didn't know about the theft. None of us did. Mr. Poindexter didn't notice himself for 10 minutes.
Who?
I'll deal with this, Eddie.
There's nothing you could have done about it, Eddie.
Not even if you'd been here.
Eddie, that's Mr. Poindexter. He and Shirley, that's my wife. They decided to go for a walk around Oxford together. Excuse me. And Laura's feet were killing her, and so were mine. And when they got back, Laura was just lying there, and the Wolvercote tongue was gone.
What?
The Wolvercote tongue. It's part of a jewel in the Ashmolean Museum here in Oxford. It's very old. It's Anglo-Saxon.
Wolvercote?
Yeah, they found it in the Thames River at a place called Wolvercote.
Yeah, that's North Oxford. My wife's got an auntie at Wolvercote.
Thank you, Lewis.
It's some kind of a buckle, but the tongue is missing. It's this bit here. It's very elaborate. It's gold and silver, and Laura's first husband was quite a collector. He got her a long time ago, and she was going to give it to the museum to get the two pieces back together again.
You know the Wolvercote buckle, Lewis. It's one of the gems of the Ashmolean.
No, sir. I've never been in the place.
Oh, yes. It's very fine. It's very fine. So this tongue, it must be worth a lot of money.
Oh, I guess so.
Do you know how much, sir?
No, I don't. Laura liked to be mysterious about how rich she was.
Anything else missing apart from the tongue?
I don't know. Shirley might. Laura had traveling pearls with her, I guess.
Sorry?
The pearls she carried around with her to wear in the evening, but they weren't worth very much.
Any idea who her contact was at the museum?
Yes, his name's Kemp, Dr. Theodore Kemp, and I think he's waiting for us downstairs right now.
Now, are we all here? Have we all got drinks? No, Mrs. Roscoe, you haven't got a drink.
I don't drink, Sheila. You'd think she'd know that by now.
Well, I do, I'm afraid. I'll have another G&T, please. Has anyone seen the Browns on the Poindexters?
Oh, they're always late.
Well, while we're waiting, I'd like to introduce Dr. Theodore Kemp of the Ashmolean, who'll be taking you around the museum tomorrow afternoon. And he'll be talking to you this evening after our Elizabethan dinner. And Cedric Downs of St. Thomas's College, who'll be leading you around the colleges tomorrow morning. He's going to talk to you now.
I hope there won't be too much walking, Mr. Downs. Some of us here are suffering with fallen arches from this trip already.
Now, what is too much? We don't have travelators at Oxford yet, I'm afraid.
It's only a couple of hours in the morning, Mr. Aldrich, then a good rest before the museum in the afternoon. Actually, tomorrow's a relatively easy day compared to the day after. Blenheim Palace, then Stratford-on-Avon.
I thought it was Stratford-upon-Avon.
Oh, yes, it is, of course, but...
And we'll be sitting down there, won't we? In the theatre.
Fast asleep, if the last production I saw was anything to go by.
Yes, well, I don't think we'll wait for the others. Cedric, would you like to,
Thank you, Sheila. Now, before we begin, I wonder if anyone's interested in modern architecture at all. Oxford isn't all medieval, you know. We have some fine examples of contemporary design. St. Catherine's College, for instance, by the Danish architect Arne Johansen. Jacobsen. Sorry? What? Jacobsen. You said Johansen. Did I?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
So sorry, I meant Jacobsen. All these Danes, you never meet one called Hamlet, do you? Well, if anyone is interested...
Mrs. Williams, could I have a word?
Well, I'm very sorry, sir, but Chief Inspector Morse asked for you especially. Right, I'll tell him, sir.
Dr. Swain has been our doctor for some time. We've never had any complaints about him before.
Oh, well, sir, that's the Chief Inspector for you.
What is? Do you mind if we use your office for a moment? Lewis, this is Mrs. Williams, the group's organizer.
I'm so sorry about all this, Mrs.
If you wouldn't mind.
Right. Well,
Thanks. Sit down. Sit down. You look as though you could do with a drink.
It's a shock.
Anything looks like drink round here, Lewis?
Looks like he's got everything, sir.
What would you like, Mrs. Williams?
Oh, G&T would be fine.
Gin and tonic for the lady. How many in your group, Mrs. Williams?
12.
That's not very many, is it?
Well, it's rather a special tour for the It's quite expensive. The whole idea is to be rather exclusive.
Ah. And the rich do so hate answering questions about themselves. Have you found that?
I don't know. I don't mind asking them.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask everyone where he or she was between 4:15, when Mr. Poindexter left his wife and went for his walk with Mrs. Brown, and 5:15, which is approximately when they returned.
I'm sure they won't mind that. Thanks.
Anything for you, sir?
Oh, thank you, Lewis. Not on duty. Would you like to go about your inquiries? Oh, and ask Dr. Kemp if he'll come here and see me, will you?
Yes, sir.
Another?
I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. And where were you between those times, madam?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Look, if this is all too much for you. Had you got to like Mrs. Poindexter?
No, it's not Mrs. Poindexter. She was very difficult. Not that I'm not sorry. No, it's something else. Ask Dr. Kemp. He'll explain.
If you could be so kind, yes, that would be very nice.
Drink?
No, better keep a clear head.
Really, sir? What for?
This news, it's...
You knew the lady well?
No. We'd never met. We'd corresponded. Of course, no, what I meant was... It's taken me 15 years to get the Wolvercott tongue to Oxford, Inspector. I've even set up a special display, and now...
You want to show me?
I phoned my wife. She'll be expecting me.
Well, I thought it was very peculiar, Sergeant. I mean, Mr. Poindexter and Mrs. Brown going out together.
Why's that, madam?
Well, I'd rather not say.
But you have said now, haven't you? And you are sure you saw them coming back at 5:15?
Oh, positive. I looked at the clock. The group was due to meet again, you see. And I thought they'd only just have time to be down again for the briefing. I thought the whole thing most extraordinary.
By the way, sir, what were you doing between 4:15 and 5:15? You were with Mrs. Williams, I understand.
Yes.
What were you doing?
I really don't see what bearing it has on this, you know.
May I be the judge of that, sir?
Very well. I was ending our affair.
I see.
I doubt it. And I very much doubt if it has anything to do with the disappearance of the Wolvercott tongue.
I'm a married man, Inspector. My wife and I try not to do anything to hurt her.
But that means other women get hurt instead.
Sometimes.
So that's the buckle, and Mrs. Poindexter had the tongue.
They fitted together like that. They're going to be united for the first time in 1,100 years.
Weren't they found together then?
No. Small boy stubbed his foot against the buckle in 1873, swimming in a pool. Below the Wolvercott Bridge caused quite a fuss at the time. As you can see, it's an exceptional object. It was claimed as treasure trove. That word treasure, Inspector, it brings out the worst in people. Treasure hunters began to appear. One of them found the tongue, kept it, sold it to a London dealer, who in turn sold it to an American collector, who lent it to an exhibition in Philadelphia in 1922, which was the first any of us over here heard about it. But even then, the connection with the buckle wasn't made until the 1970s.
Who did that?
Me. I had this done for the show. It never was. She was going to leave it to the museum, Mrs. Poindexter. I got it in writing. Whether she put it in her will or not.
What's it worth?
Well, on the legitimate market, impossible to say. Nothing like this has come up for 50 years. $250,000, half, more, perhaps.
And stolen property?
Nothing. Everybody knows it's stolen.
What about these mad collectors, these drug dealers in Bolivia, that sort of thing?
I don't think they're very interested in Anglo-Saxon jewelry, do you?
Who is that?
I can't think. Was anything else stolen?
Her traveling pearls.
But it's obviously a common thief. I dare say he'll get a couple of £100 for the pearls, and then when he finds out from the papers what he's got, he'll...
I'm sorry, sir. Thieves almost never give things back.
No, they just throw them away, don't they? Perhaps if we're lucky, in another 1,100 years, someone will discover the Wolvercott tongue all over again. All right if I go home now?
I thought you were with the group.
I am, but my wife... Yes, I've got time.
Time for what?
To go there and come back before I have to make myself cheerful in front of these bloody geriatric Americans.
If you don't like it, why do you do it?
I shan't again. I only did it to help someone.
Why the bloody hell Morse has to drag me out to confirm a perfectly ordinary heart attack?
I think he thought perhaps it wasn't ordinary, sir.
He thought wrong, as usual. Ah, Morse. Nothing up to do. What? Setting up as pathologist, I hear.
I wanted a second opinion, that's all.
There's only one possible opinion in this case. She had a massive coronary. She was dead in 2 seconds flat. Fell on her face. Look, you can see the bruises.
Where?
Where? Here, here, and here.
I mean, where was she lying when she fell?
Oh, just about here.
Yeah. Banged into the bedpost. Here's a nice little scrape of skin. Look.
Could she have had the heart attack after she fell?
I couldn't say.
Come on, Max.
Not possibly.
Could she have been pushed?
She could have been. And an angel of God could have stepped out of the wardrobe and called her home. That is not for me to say. You're the detective. All I can say is she died of natural causes. Good evening, dear.
Something funny. Death and the theft. There must be a connection somewhere. Funny we knew exactly when.
Oh, sometime between 4:15 and 5:15. I thought you'd established this.
You couldn't be a little more precise for me?
Out of the question. Now, if you finally decided it wasn't a decapitation or dismemberment.
Where are you off to? High table somewhere?
Area Health Authority annual dinner. Dr. Swain will be there. I'll give him your compliments, huh? Good night, Louis.
Good night.
Try not to let Morse drink so much, won't you? It's rotting his powers of reason.
Did you find out where everyone was?
Yeah, they've all got alibis, more or less. They're either in their rooms or having tea. Oh, they all seem to know about this tongue thing. Mrs. Poindexter was always taking it out and showing it to people, apparently.
So it definitely was hers then, not his.
Seems like it.
And who inherits? Who gets the insurance? If it was insured.
It was insured, I'm certain. I don't recall
Is
which...
it really necessary to ask all these questions
Shirley.
at this time,
Shirley,
Inspector?
he's just doing his job.
Thank you, sir. Just one more question. Who stands to benefit from the insurance now your wife is dead? Is it you, sir?
I don't know. Well, I guess so. I don't have that information here.
All right. Thank you very much.
No, I was at Jesus, one of the less fashionable colleges, Welsh, you know, founded 1571.
I thought Jesus was at Cambridge.
No, he went to Bethlehem Tech.
Is that what they mean by the English sense of humor?
Where else would he go to do carpentry?
I don't see anything funny in blasphemy. Besides, they didn't have colleges in Palestine in those days.
My noble lords, is there a Master Cedric Dans attendant on this festal board?
Yes, what me, what?
Messenger awaits without, my lord.
You're wanted on the phone.
Really, you have a phone and all this variety?
Sure they have, fella, but you gotta speak in blank voice so the caller hangs up, huh? Hey.
None but my winsome wife knows where I am. Fair Sheila of the brimming glass, wilt thou forgive my absence while I speak with her?
Go ahead. Say hello for me.
A glass of that Chardonnay would be perfect. Oh, Cedric, hello, yes, it's Theo here. Look, my dear fellow, I'm terribly sorry to do this to you at such short notice, but Marion's really not feeling at all well tonight, and I shall have to stay with her. Could you explain to Sheila? And, yes, would you mind awfully filling in for me after dinner?
Oh, really, Theo, I'm not just your dog's body, you know.
No, of course. I know you aren't, but I really have no choice. I'll make it up to you another time. I promise. She'll understand. If she isn't too far gone, that is.
Too late, she's well away.
Oh, she is. Oh, dear. Well, yes, there you are. No, it's you I'm asking the favor of, Cedric, not her.
How about you to say? I know about architecture, not your art historical waffle. Well, all right. I suppose so.
Thank you so very much. Really. And could you possibly tell Sheila that I'll see her tomorrow afternoon as per schedule? I'm awfully sorry about this. No, really I am. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Where's that Chardonnay?
Going upstairs with me.
You'll have to explain, Sheila. I'm an architectural historian, not a museum keeper.
You'll be fine. Stop panicking.
Do I understand Dr. Kemp is not going to be speaking after dinner?
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Roscoe. His wife's ill, as usual.
But he's on the program to speak.
I know, but...
Some of us only picked this tour, Sheila, because we were told we were going to have lectures from experts.
Janet, knock it off. You already heard the man's wife is sick.
Where are you going?
I've got some notes at home. I'll just pop back and get them. One doesn't want to let the group down. I'll be as quick as I can.
What about your syllabub?
I did it.
Norman did. There you go. Must be French. But it came across me as a conqueror.
But then these two birds were actuarial purpose.
Well kept. So it should be at that price. Gosh, worse than London.
You know what, Lewis?
No, what?
If only we knew which came first, the death or the theft.
I don't see what difference it makes. Not if she died of natural causes.
What if it made a difference to the thief?
I don't follow you.
What a brilliant idea. Very clever.
Mrs. Poindexter. She's going to leave this time to the museum. Mr. Poindexter. Did you believe him?
That's right.
Well, seemed a bit bewildered. It's only natural.
Have you ever met a rich man that didn't know the name of his insurance company? In a crisis, it's the first thing they think of.
Yeah, but it wasn't his, this tongue thing. It was hers.
Even so. Come on, Lewis. We're going back to the scene of the crime.
Hey, I've hardly started.
Any luck?
No, sir. Just the chambermaid.
Well, perhaps she did it then.
No, sir. She had the afternoon off. She was at an aerobics class down Jericho.
Did you notice anything, Lewis?
What sort of thing?
Anything.
Everything's been tidied up. Wait a minute. The shoes. How did they get there? Mrs. Brown, she took these off.
What are you talking about?
Mrs. Brown took these off Mrs. Poindexter when they laid her on the bed. But Mrs. Poindexter was complaining about her feet, wasn't she? And what's the first thing a woman with sore feet does when she comes home? Kicks off her shoes, right? So if you ask me, she could have died the moment she walked through that door.
Yes, Poindexter. Where is Poindexter?
He took a taxi.
When?
8:30.
Did he say where he was going?
Not to me.
Well, don't taxis usually want to know?
Yes, but he doesn't seem to have said anything to me.
Which firm?
Radio taxis.
Get on them right away.
Has something happened?
Oh, not much. No, only theft, murder, and now quite possibly suicide. Wolvercott buckle, the Wolvercott bridge. It all adds up.
To what, though?
I don't know.
Of course, could have been blind.
What?
Well, if this thing's so valuable and he can't sell it here, maybe he wants to try and smuggle it abroad.
Oh, very ingenious. Since when has Wolvercott had an international airport?
Maybe he had a car there already waiting. Maybe he's on his way to Heathrow right now.
Get on to HQ. Tell them to issue an all-ports warning.
Message from DCI Morse. He wants you to issue an all-ports warning for Edward Poindexter. Poindexter. Yeah. He's an American. About 5'11".
6'1".
Maybe 6'1". Eyes green, grey hair. Age about 60. Light blue suit, fawn raincoat.
Elias Ashmole, for who the museum is named, was a distinguished antiquarian, an astrologer, and a great collector of curiosities. He lived from 1617 to 1692. The basis of his collection was the collection of John Tradisant, who was gardener to Charles I, like his father before him. That is, John Tradisant's father was the gardener Not, of course, Elias Ashmonger. Don't worry, I'll get the hang of this in a minute.
Amazing to think, isn't it?
What?
People crossing the river here. Hundreds and hundreds of years, what, thousands probably.
Gotta cross somewhere. Your wife's auntie lives just along there.
I wish I could see the connection between the theft and the death. There's something missing, Lewis.
Edward Poindexter? He's missing.
Something else. You reckon there's anything more we can do tonight?
No, sir.
We'll be fresher in the morning. You better get on home.
I'm working all night tonight, sir. The wife's decorating.
Well, shouldn't you be helping her?
I did me back in last time, painting the ceiling. I'd just as soon do the overtime and get a professional in.
Well,
excuse me, officer.
Just hang on a minute, will you? It's not that late yet, madam. I expect he's still on his way home.
But he's never late, or I wouldn't be ringing you, officer. He's always home when he says he'll be. Earlier, usually. He was dining somewhere, then giving a brief lecture, then coming straight home. To a group of American tourists staying at the Randolph. I can't. Please don't ask me why. I just can't. Her name's Williams. Sheila Williams. I can't. If you could just ring her for me. Ask if anything's happened.
Now you're a pathologist, I expect you'd like to give your opinion before you see the corpse. Poindexter, you say his name was?
Suicide by drowning.
Back to school for you, I'm afraid. Wrong on both counts.
What?
Go and see for yourself.
Max!
No. You're the expert.
What? What's the matter? Why the bloody hell did you say it was Poindexter?
I'm sorry, sir. I just assumed. When they said they'd found a man in the river.
A man? That's not a man. That's Dr. Theodore Kemp. How long was he in the water?
Oh, I couldn't possibly say.
Roughly.
Well, not more than 6 hours.
Oh, for God's sake, it's less than 6 hours since I saw him.
Well, there you are. You know better than me. As usual. Any witnesses?
To what?
To your meeting with the victim.
None that I know of.
Then you'd better rest yourself, Morse. You work on the principle that the last person to see someone alive must be a skiller, don't you? Oh, by the way, Swain is going to report you to the Chief Constable. Good morning.
I did tell you we none of us knew about the theft till Poindexter noticed.
Yeah, where the hell is Poindexter?
Want me to put the old points warning out again?
I don't know. There aren't any planes this time of night, are there?
No idea.
Bloody hell. Anyone in a river, he drifts, doesn't he?
Suppose so.
And if he was dumped, it has to be upstream. Wolvercott.
Wrong river, sir. This isn't the Thames, it's the Charwell.
There's such a thing as the boot of a car, Lewis. Yes, what if he arranged to meet Kemp on the bridge at Wolvercott, the place where the buckle was found?
Who?
Well, Poindexter, of course. Yes, he arranges to meet him at a certain time, comes up behind him, hits him with the jack of a car, puts him in the boot, drives him to the Charwell.
Why go to all that trouble? If he's by the Thames, why not just chuck him in the Thames?
It's less suspicious. He knows we'll trace the taxi.
Wouldn't Kemp think that was a bit odd? Him being so interested in where the buckle was found just a couple of hours after his wife's died?
Not if they were in it together.
In what? An insurance fiddle?
No. These people aren't interested in a measly $250,000 insurance. Poindexter's not going to murder his wife. All right. I know they all say natural causes, but I don't believe that. Not now, not anymore, not after this. No, if they were involved, there must be a connection. There must be. Oh, for God's sake, Lewis, be of some use for once.
Why was Dr. Kemp naked?
To make identification of the corpse more difficult. Gain time. I think, Lewis, you better go and break the news to Mrs. Kemp.
Me? Why me? What are you going to do?
I'm going to break the news to his ex-mistress. Where does Mrs. Williams live? Did you find out?
Cutterslow, 11 Markham Avenue.
That's upstream of here.
Yes, sir.
She did have a motive, didn't she?
You think a woman could have done that to him?
Hell hath no fury, Lewis.
Why?
We don't know. We were wondering if you might be able to help us. This afternoon, you had a row, I gather.
God, if anyone was going to kill themselves after that, it was me, not him.
Oh?
Look, I'm sorry, I can't take this in. Is Theodore really?
I'm afraid so, yes. I'm sorry to ask you at a time like this, Mrs. Williams.
My name is Sheila.
Just what did pass between you two this afternoon, Sheila?
Only my life.
Huh?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. You're married, I'm sure, with a lovely wife and 2 lovely children.
As a matter of fact, I'm a bachelor.
Oh, well, it's all right for men. I was married once. That's why I've got all this.
Very nice.
Oh, yes, he had impeccable taste. That's why he left me for someone else. They all do.
There was someone else then, with Dr. Kemp.
Always.
Who was that?
His wife. He was always rushing off home to his bloody wife.
All right, I'm coming.
Please, Mrs. Kemp.
For heaven's sake, didn't they tell you I was a cripple? The police. No wonder there's so much crime about. But have you found him yet? Don't just stand there. Come in, come in.
He rang in the middle of dinner, wanting to speak to Cedric.
What time would that have been?
8:15, 8. I don't know. I'd had 1 or 2 G&Ts by that time. Or should I say G's and T?
Oh, G's and T, definitely.
I suppose you think I'm a very wicked woman.
I wouldn't go that far.
I do drink too much.
So do I. But then what's too much? Cheers.
My husband skidded on the bypass. My side of the car went into the lorry. I have to be put to bed.
Yes, it's very dangerous, that bypass.
Not for the driver on this occasion. He walked away without a scratch. Sometimes I wish he'd just killed me and had done with it. I'm sure he does. He can't get rid of me the way he could a normal wife. And he has to stay with me when he'd rather be out having fun.
What time did he get back this evening, madam?
7:30-ish. Made my supper. Oh, he's very good about it. Can't complain. Not allowed to complain. Cripples aren't.
And then he went off to this dinner.
That's where he said he was going. He said he'd be back around 11. Where he actually went.
And you've really no idea where it might have been?
Not if it wasn't to Sheila bloody Williams. What he ever saw in that oversexed, pathetic alcoholic.
I don't know whether I'm in shock or I've got a hangover.
It's a bit of both, I expect. You've really no idea why Dr. Kemp might want to kill himself.
Theo, no. He's everything to live for. No. There's been moments when I've wanted to kill him, but...
Oh?
But more his wife.
Ah. You see, I've been slightly misleading you. Sheila, Dr. Kemp didn't kill himself. He was murdered. Any idea who else beside yourself might want him dead?
He was very upset about the Wolvercut tongue. He's been waiting years to see it.
Why didn't he go and see it in America? There's all these cheap flights.
I wouldn't let him. I'm not going to stay here on my own. Not after what he's done to me. I wasn't very nice about it. You don't suppose... He wouldn't have.
Look, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh my God, he's dead.
Well, Mrs. Kemp certainly had quite a shock. And now we've got 2 mysterious deaths to figure out. But what I'm wondering at the moment is, why do Americans always look so boorish in British television dramas? I suppose the American tourist, especially a loud complaining one like Mrs. Roscoe, has become fair game in films. But not all American visitors to Oxford have been so ugly. Take, for example, another set of U.S. tourists who behaved somewhat more admirably when they visited Oxford in the 1920s. School officials reminded them that George Washington's great-grandfather had left the school in 1619, still owing 17 shillings and 10 pence to the college buttery. Now, what did these Americans do when faced with an opportunity for instant patriotism? They paid his bill. Until next time, in the bizarre conclusion of the Wolvercut tongue, I'm Vincent Price. Good night.
history is made possible by a grant from Mobil Corporation.
Inspector Morse is based on the Colin Dexter novels Last Seen Wearing and Last Bus to Woodstock, published by Bantam Books and available in bookstores and libraries nationwide.
I'm Marty Levine, Chairman of the Board of the Association for Community Television. Your contributions to ACT support Houston Public Television, and we thank all of you who called in during our recent membership campaign. To our new members, we say welcome. To the current members who renewed or made additional gifts, we extend heartfelt thanks. And to those who haven't gotten around to fulfilling their pledges, we say please do so right away. Your support is vital to Channel 8's continued excellence.
Hello, I'm Bill Watts.
And I'm Jack Sorsick.
This Friday on Dollars and Cents, we look at what's going up and down in the Texas economy.
Joining us will be a former Texas governor, the Honorable Mark White, who will give us his thoughts on the state of the state.
You know, if I could get elected to public office, people would call me the Honorable for the rest of my life.
You mean instead of what they call you now?
That's Dollars and Cents, Friday nights at 8 on Channel 8.
What happens when a Hollywood wife decides to kiss and tell?
Donahue. If you're affected by it,
this will affect a lot of people.
if you're fascinated by it,
Oh my goodness, look what they're saying here.
it's on. Donahue.
Donahue, weekday mornings at 10 here on 13.
Thursday afternoon at 3, Alan Ladd is tempted by high profits and a spirit of adventure.
You are part of Cuba's war for freedom.
Look, I don't care who wins any war, as long as they buy the merchandise from me.
You will be paid when you make delivery. In Cuba.
Cuba!
You must realize that the guns are useless to us here.
That's through the Spanish blockade. They're not gonna like that.
A man would juggle dynamite if the price is right. Alan Ladd in Santiago, Thursdays, 3 o'clock. $1 million movie here on 13.
You're watching Channel 13, KTRK-TV Houston, #1 in Texas. Eyewitness News with Dave Ward, Marvin Zindler's Action 13, Bob Allen has sports, and Ed Brandon's weather. Now, Channel 13, Eyewitness News tonight.
Good evening, friends. A 39-year-old Houston man has been convicted of injury to a child for shooting his stepson in the mouth with a BB gun 8 times. As Sherman Chow reports tonight, William Henry Williams still claims he's innocent.
I think this is unjustified. I don't think it's right. Taking words with a child thing.
So you're saying Terrence is lying?
Yes, I say.
William Henry Williams continues to maintain he is innocent. He says if ever he shot his stepson, Terrence Harper, it was strictly an accident. Williams suggested Terrence may have been hit by ricocheting BB pellets originally aimed at water balloons. Jurors debated for 8 hours as to who was telling the truth. For a time, they were deadlocked 11-1. But after rehearing 3 pieces of testimony, they found Williams guilty. Defense attorney Matt Leeper believes it was Terrence's testimony which ultimately won the conviction.
I think it'd be hard for any jury to find somebody not guilty under these facts.
While prosecutor Dan Rizzo is happy with the verdict, he cautioned the trial is not over yet.
Of course, I was pleased that he was found guilty, but we still have half a trial to go, the punishment phase of the trial.
Jurors will sentence Williams tomorrow. He faces 2 to 10 years in prison. Sherman Chow, Eyewitness News.
It'll either be life in prison or death by lethal injection when a sentence is handed down tomorrow to a man convicted in the so-called 911 murders. Arthur Peterman IV found guilty of capital murder today in the deaths of Joanne and Ed McMillan. The McMillans were murdered with a crowbar in their Kingwood home back in July of last year. After the killings, Peterman dialed 911 and in a disguised voice alerted police to the murders. He later confessed to the killings at his mother's urging. The defense claims Peterman did not act alone, but they have not introduced an accomplice. Prosecutors are asking for the death penalty. North Harris County man dead tonight after being stabbed in the chest during a fight this evening. According to Harris County Sheriff's detectives, a confrontation between 53-year-old Lee Kitson and another man broke out around 5:30 in North Harris County. Kitson, stabbed once in the chest, was pronounced dead at the scene. Sheriff's detectives say there were no witnesses to the killing, but authorities do have one man in custody for questioning. An investigation continues tonight by a Harris County grand jury into alleged corruption at Houston's MD Anderson Hospital. As first reported on Eyewitness News last night, that probe originally centered on an alleged embezzlement scheme by managers of the hospital's patient transportation division. Wayne Dolcefino reports tonight that others may be involved as well.
If you've got rotten apples in the barrel, any system can be compromised. I think and I hope that what we have is a few rotten apples.
Question now before investigators with the Harris County District Attorney's Office is just how many rotten apples are there at Houston's University of Texas-run MD Anderson Hospital. Today, 10 present and former employees of the Cancer Institute were called downtown to testify before a Harris County grand jury, now probing allegations of corruption at the hospital. The investigation originally centered on a scheme to embezzle state funds by managers of the hospital's patient transportation division. Employees were allegedly given overtime they didn't earn, their bosses getting kickbacks in return. There are 62 employees in that hospital operation, yet the 9 employees already under scrutiny apparently earned more than 50% of the overtime in that division in the last year. Hospital officials Wednesday afternoon were trying to assure Eyewitness News that internal controls are in place to prevent widespread fraud.
We have no indication to date beyond some allegations that the problem is any wider than the group of people that we have been working with the last week and a half.
But now we hear the probe has widened far beyond some timesheet scam.
Since the news reports, we have received some phone calls and information from citizens that have directed us in other areas in our investigation, yes.
So it's expanding?
Yes.
Well, I think we'll let the grand jury ferret out what's the bottom line is here, and that's exactly why we went to them.
So far, only low-level officials of the cancer hospital are targets of this embezzlement investigation. But the new allegations received by investigators do include charges of possible wrongdoing by at least one high-ranking hospital official. And the DA's office is putting out the word that they want to hear from any MD Anderson employee who may know something the DA's office should know. Wayne Dolcefino, Eyewitness News.
Nothing can be more frustrating than taking a friend or a loved one to an emergency room at a hospital, then having to wait for hours until they can be seen by a doctor. Well, that can happen, not just in Houston, but anywhere in the country. However, there's one Houston hospital that has a new program taking the wait out of emergency waiting rooms, and Christy Myers has more.
Oh man, I'm hurt.
The worst part of being treated in an emergency room isn't always when you're on the table. ERs are often overloaded with patients, and scared and anxious people must wait for hours, while those more seriously injured go first. But that's not the case anymore at Houston's St. Joseph Hospital.
We just walked through here, she got the information, and then they brought me back here.
People like Deborah are now taking advantage of St. Joseph's Fast Track, one of the first hospitals in the country to split patients, sending people with less urgent problems to a special area.
This is really a great place because people can be seen and get the care they need, and then they're not in the way in the emergency room.
Patients in Fast Track are guaranteed to see a doctor and be out of here in 45 minutes to an hour. That may sound like a long time until you realize that in any other hospital emergency room in the country, your average wait will be 2.5 hours, and sometimes it could be up to 12 hours. We timed it. Rita Curtis arrived at St. Joseph's ER, spent 3 to 4 minutes with the triage nurse who sent her to Fast Track. Another 5 minutes giving billing and insurance information, and then she saw the doctor. Total time, 25 minutes in and out.
It's great. It's a lot better than the long wait.
In the 3 months of the new program, it's taken a load off the emergency room by diverting 1/3 of the patients to Fast Track.
And they're receiving the same care with a board-certified emergency department physician, and he can see these patients more rapidly.
The price to the patient is the same, but for the hundreds coming through here each week, seeing a doctor is less painful. Christy Myers, Eyewitness News.
Action 13's Marvin Ziller learns that some women never want to give up their dolls, and we'll have his report and more when Eyewitness News Tonight continues.
Join the growing number of families turning to Fiesta for great specials like these. Buy up to 8 six-packs of Classic and Diet Coke or Sprite for just 99 cents each. Plus big savings on the family-size box of Surf detergent for only $3.99. And fresh beef fajitas are on sale. Buy up to 2 family packs for just $1.69 a pound. And you'll love shopping in Fiesta's big produce department. How about this? Fresh lettuce, 3 heads for $1. Discover for yourself. Fiesta.
Here's a simple test for people looking to buy a new home. The house on the right was built with demanding standards for insulation. The house on the left wasn't. The house on the right comes with the most advanced heating and cooling system, the heat pump. The house on the left doesn't. The house on the right even comes with $1,000 cash back. So when it comes to value, which would you say makes good sense? The Good Sense Home. Tell your builder you won't settle for anything less.
My past experience with Russell and Smith was that I trusted them enough that I called on the phone and ordered a car, sight unseen, and bought it. It was sitting on the lot. People make you feel at home. You're not pressured in any sales. You make your own decision up, and they will give you a fair deal.
Russell and Smith, South Loop at South Main. For over 50 years, a tradition of excellence.
Democrat Michael Dukakis is in his home state tonight preparing for Sunday's first televised presidential debate with Republican rival George Bush. Dukakis criticized Bush today in a speech at a Boston hospital. He said the Reagan-Bush administration has given a cold shoulder to children and families. He promised that if elected president, no poor mother or child would go without essential health care. Dukakis has been increasingly critical of Bush in recent weeks. When asked by reporters about the upcoming debate, Dukakis responded by saying he is slowly getting ready for that event. The vice president also had a light schedule today. George Bush met with a Polish Solidarity leader in Washington to reaffirm his support for the trade union movement in that Eastern European nation. The vice president heads to Houston tomorrow for a fundraiser at the George R. Brown Convention Center. President Reagan will be the featured speaker at that event. It's expected to bring in about $2 million for the Bush campaign. And while the president and vice president are inside the convention center, Houston police officers and firefighters will be outside for a rally and a protest. As Elma Barrera reports, they are hoping for some national attention.
Houston police officers and firefighters haven't been shy about voicing their views and expressing their anger at the city administration's failure to give them a salary increase. Just 2.5 weeks ago, they held a demonstration at City Hall to protest, what else? The lack of salary increases.
The city's having a financial crisis. Her standard bearer answer is that I don't have the money. Our answer back to that is, we know the city's got a crisis, but even in a time of crisis, public safety should never be compromised.
The last time they got a pay raise was in 1985 when they got a 3% pay increase. But that's not good enough, they say. Their forces haven't been increased, and today there are 560 less police officers and firefighters than there were in 1986 when the city stopped hiring. So when the president and the vice president come in tomorrow, the rally that they hope will attract over 1,000 firefighters and police officers will be held here at the entrance of the George R. Brown Convention Center.
Media attention will be on our city, and this is going to be our effort to act as a truth squad.
You know, the America's dream has turned to Houston's nightmare. That's the type of thing that we're going to try to project if we're fortunate enough to have the national coverage that we think we'll get out of this rally.
Rally organizers say they hope other city employees will attend the rally, not just officers and firefighters, although a quick check at City Hall indicated that, at least in the tax department, employees were not aware of the rally. But even with that, Houston police officers and firefighters will probably blend in with other special interest groups who also want the attention of the national media. This is Elma Barrera, Eyewitness News.
Action 13's Marvin Zindler tonight helps a Houston woman who had a problem with a doll. She got a dirty deal.
Well, dolls are a girl's best friend, not always diamonds. And when the girls get older, they sometimes never want to give them up. Ann Baker took her 20-year-old childhood doll that had been stored away for years to be professionally cleaned at the World Toy and Gift Shop. She paid $60 for the job. Ann wrote me, however, that she thinks she got a dirty deal because the doll is still dirty. She showed me that soot comes off on this Q-tip.
You put it right on here, and
Right.
this is... Ah, yes, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes. The doll is dirty. Put some more alcohol on this for me. I notice this little girl's ears are dirty too. Here. I want to see. Yeah. She needed her ears cleaned out also.
Ann had asked the owner of the store for a refund and only got half her money, $30.
What did she say when you showed her the dirt on the doll?
She got very defensive and thought that her time was valuable, and that's why she's willing to rebate me only half of what it cost to get the doll cleaned.
She charged you $30 for doing a half clean job then.
Well, I went right over to the World and Toy Gift Shop to find out about this dirty doll. The store has every toy imaginable and more. The shelves are overflowing with toys. The owner, Rose Bihar, a real fine lady, has been in business 40 years and talked with me about Ann's doll.
You gave half her money back, $30, which means it was only half clean.
No, it wasn't. I asked her, what do you want? She says, give me half of my money back, and I gave it to her. If she said, give me all my money back, give it up. Our policy is if you're not satisfied, you get your money back.
Well, I don't blame you. If she just asked for a half, I'd give her
That's all I gave her. If she wanted half, I gave her half. If she wants all of it, she can have it.
Well, and thanks to Rose, the nice toy lady, Ann Baker got a $30 refunded. And no arguments, no ill feelings. And I guess that's what I like about the South, just plain old good folks. Marvin Zindler, Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Marvin. We got a good old boy, Tim Melton, coming up with sports next. Stay with us.
From the Magic 102 Breakfast Club, Snowman, Sir Sean, and Gigi Hightower.
Your birthday means money on Magic 102.
We're giving away $102,000 in free money.
And all you need to win is a birthday. Just tune in to Magic 102 every weekday morning at 7:15.
We'll spin the wheel.
And if it lands on your birthday, you can win your share of $102,000.
Magic 102, more strong songs and more free money.
Spin and win only on Magic 102.
Who's that?
I may be talking out of both sides of my mouth, but this Ultimate Cheeseburger, I like what it's got, and I like what it's not. I like all the beef it has and all the onions it doesn't have. I like all the cheese they put on and all the pickles they left off.
The Ultimate Cheeseburger. Just beef and cheese and cheese and beef at Jack in the Box. For exciting new taste, this is the place.
I like what it isn't, and I love what it is.
I grew up in a very quiet place, just west of Kyoto. Every spring, the rain would come, and it would grow so silent, you could almost hear the mist if you really listened. Now that I live in Chicago, the quiet of home is a sound I miss very much. So I go back at least once a week, just to listen.
Who says you can't go home again? Go ahead, reach out and touch someone.
Most pharmacies have lonely little computers who can talk to no one but themselves, and your records are locked up inside. But Walgreens has a network of friendly computers who talk to each other, so your current prescription records are available to you or your doctor across the city or across America. Intercom, a free Walgreens service.
Switch from your old soft contact lens disinfection system to the one-step preservative-free disinfection system from Ciba Vision. The AOSEPT introductory pack, now only $4.99.
Bob Allen took the day off. Tim Melton is here to tell us that the Astros scored a run tonight.
Yes, they did. I think we can see Mars better than the Astros can see the Dodgers.
This was a matchup for the ages in the Dome tonight. Astros, a team which had lost 6 straight and been shut out in each of its last 2 outings against the Atlanta Braves, tied for the worst record in Major League Baseball. And when the smoke cleared, Bob Knepper had a good outing. 1 hitter, and the Astros actually win it. 1-0. Didn't get a lot, but they got something. They had gone 26 scoreless innings until the 8th inning. Ken Caminetti got it started with a double to right center. And then Gerald Young is going to hit a ground ball, and Gerald Perry will not make the play. It gets through. Caminetti scores. That's an Astro touch. Oh, he almost touched the plate. 1-0. Knepper gets a strikeout to end the ball game. The only hit he gave up really wasn't much of a hit. It was a rolling bunt by Dale Murphy. Astros win 1-0. Now, the Dodgers are playing a couple of games tonight against San Diego in L.A. And in the opener, the Padres hammered the Dodgers. 9-3 the final. Benito Santiago with a grand slam here in the second. That was the big blow. A victory in the nightcap, however, would drop the Dodgers' magic number to 3. Now, the Mets are clinching at least a tie for the National League East title tonight. A 4-3 victory over the Phillies. 2-2 tie snapped right here by Darryl Strawberry, his 36th home run of the season. Greg Jeffries, excellent rookie, his 6th home run since being called up just about a month and a half ago. But they don't clinch because the Pirates shut out St. Louis 5-0. Mets started tonight's game knowing they would be without left-handed starter Bob Ojeda for the rest of the season. This morning he was working in the yard using an electric hedge trimmer when it slipped out of his hand and caught the middle finger on his pitching hand and nearly severed the finger at the top joint. After 5.5 hours of surgery, doctors say he should be able to throw next spring. Over in the American League East, in that race, the Red Sox lose tonight. The Yankees win in 12 over Baltimore, so they're now 4.5 back of the Bo Sox, and Detroit has moved within 5 with a 3-2 win over Cleveland. Oilers got back to work on the practice field today. New England coming to town on Sunday, and these two will be meeting each other for the second time in a little over a month. Back on August 13th, the Oilers beat the Patriots in Memphis, and though it's difficult to make a judgment based on preseason games, one thing is certain about the regular season matchup. Both clubs will be without fine players, but the losses should be offsetting. Oilers tight end Jamie Williams sprained his ankle against the Jets, and he's doubtful for Sunday.
Right today, he couldn't play.
Now, that would normally be a big problem against New England because the Patriots have one of the game's best linebackers in Andre Tippett.
This guy is a great player, and whenever you lose great players, it hurts your football team.
And normally Jamie would be blocking Tippett, but alas, Tippett will also miss the game with an injury. That means the Oilers turn to rookie tight end Chris Verhulst from Chico State. His label is great catch and run, no block, and the Oilers want tight ends that block.
It's something that I didn't get a lot of work at or help at in Division II with our coaches there, and we have excellent coaches here. I think it's come a long way. It's something I have to get out there and prove that I can do in a game situation.
If I was him, I wouldn't buy anything on time. I'd pay only cash.
Oh, guys, that's just more reason why I got to get out and prove to him that I can do it, and it's something that not only in the game but in these next 2 days.
Have you ever wondered if anyone would show up if you called a news conference? Well, Carl Lewis has no such concern. This was the crowd in Seoul today to listen to Carl talk about the track and field competition, which begins Friday.
I have entered the 100 meters, the 200 meters, the long jump, and the relay.
So he will be going for 4 gold medals again, just as he did in L.A. back in 1984. Women's basketball team, men's volleyball team winners tonight.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tim. Now it's time for Ed Brandon and the weather, and this could be a first. Ed is going to take us live to Mars.
Yes, what could be bigger than the Olympics? Only on ABC and Channel 13. Our producer, Doug Tisdale, tells us we will either have a live picture from Mars or a live picture of Mars. I'll straighten it out during this break, and then we'll have it for you.
It happens just once each year at leading furniture stores from coast to coast. In Houston, it happens only at Fingers. Bassett's Bargain Days USA for 1988 is here. It's noon till 9 Thursday at all Fingers locations. Biggest factory-sponsored national sale in furniture each year. Bargain Days reductions on furniture, appliances, electronics, guaranteed to beat any competitor's price, or it's yours free. Ask Fingers for details. It's Thursday, noon till 9. No interest for 6 months, no down payment. See the big ad in tomorrow's Houston Post and Chronicle.
16 years of customer satisfaction. 16 years. That's the commitment Charlie Thomas has made to South Houston. And now, we're proud to announce the grand opening of 4 new Charlie Thomas locations in North Houston. Charlie Thomas Lincoln Mercury Subaru, Charlie Thomas Olds Isuzu, Charlie Thomas Nissan, and Charlie Thomas Mazda. All committed to serving North Houston the same way we've serviced South Houston for 16 years. Visit any one of our 9 locations today and find out why all roads in Houston lead to Charlie Thomas.
Only in Houston will you find this kind of style.
And only at Norton Ditto will you find this kind of style. Norton Ditto celebrate 80 years in style.
Here's your new Yellow Pages, and here's your new Kick fingertip cash numbers. All new chances to win with Coupon C starting tomorrow morning at 7:10 on Kick 96 FM.
For amateur and professional astronomers, it is just a big night all the way around. Let me tell you what you're going to see just in the next few minutes right here on Channel 13, ABC in Houston. Today at 10:18, almost 4 minutes ago, the planets Mars and Earth were as close as they have been since 1971 and closer than they'll be until 2003. We're talking a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What we're going to do, we're going to show you a live shot of Mars as seen from Earth. Then we're going to show you by videotape instant replay the exact picture that was taken at 10:18 when they were really close. And then we'll go back to the live shot. Okay, the live shot of Mars as it appears right now in the outside sky. That's it, the brightest planet in the outside sky. It appears after dark, it appears 45 degrees above the southern horizon. After midnight, it appears in the southeastern sky at this time, and before dawn it will appear in the west-southwestern sky. That's as it is right now, but it's now 10:24. It was closer to Earth at 10:18, so by videotape, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to to videotape Mars at its very closest, 36.54 million miles away at 10:18. We're getting the focus now, and there it is by videotape at 10:18, the closest Mars has been since 1971. Let's go back to live action. There is Mars again on live at 10:24 Houston time. I tell you, television is just amazing. Let me remind you folks, the best of SCTV ended at 10 o'clock. This was real television, all right? This is the way it looked in Houston today, rather in Texas. 102 was the state's highest at Presidio. Got to 95 in Texarkana, 94 in Dallas, 96 in Austin and Corpus Christi, 87 in Galveston. Virtually no clouds in our part of the state today. Thunderstorms broke out in West Texas on the backside of a large area of high pressure that's pumping a lot of moisture in from the Gulf of Mexico. Temperatures in the 70s along the lower coast, the 80s along the upper coast, 86 in Austin, 84 in Dallas, 83 in Lufkin. Around the United States today, temperatures stayed in the 40s and 50s in the Great Lakes, the 60s in most of the Rockies. It got to the 90s in East Texas, the 80s in West Texas. This evening, we see thunder shower activity, as we said, in West Texas and New Mexico, a bit of rainfall in portions of Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, and Minnesota, and over in Florida. This is a picture, not a live picture, but this is a satellite photograph of Hurricane Helene about halfway across the Atlantic. Let's give you a better view of it on the full disk satellite. This is Helene right here at 9:30 tonight. Located at 12.7 north, 41.4 degrees west, about 1,225 miles east of the island of Barbados. Moving to the west at 10 miles an hour, winds are 85 miles an hour in Helene. Now it's a big storm, and we're waiting to see whether it gets into the Caribbean. In Houston today, our low temperature was 70 degrees, high this afternoon 94, no rainfall officially. At 10 o'clock at Intercontinental Airport, 81 degrees. Here at KTRK 80, at Hobby it's 80 degrees. Our barometer rising, winds southerly at 6 miles an hour. The relative humidity is 77%. Quickly, tomorrow's national weather map indicates much more of the same. For Galveston Bay, we expect to see slightly choppy waters. Wind should be east to southeasterly. Offshore, we'll see 3 to 5 foot seas. And here, okay, there we go. That's what we said. Beachwater, 87 degrees. Offshore seas will be 3 to 5 feet. And our forecast for the next 3 days, more of the same. Partly cloudy and hot and humid. Lows in the mid-70s, highs in the mid-90s. Southerly winds. Let's meet here again in 2003 and do this again.
It's absolutely thrilling.
Thank
you, Edward. We'll have a final item in just a moment.
Nobody fits you like Goodyear. Take the Invicta GL, Goodyear's newest all-season steel-belted radial. It's the tire built by Goodyear to perform on the most popular cars on the road. Your local Goodyear retailer has Invicta GLs to fit these cars on sale now. The Goodyear Invicta GL, the tire that fits at a price that fits. Nobody fits you like Goodyear. See one of the 49 Houston area Goodyear retailers today. Sale ends October 1st.
In Athens, Texas, they celebrate something that was invented right here a century ago, the hamburger. Now, a burger judge sees a lot of strange recipes, but for me, there's only one winner, the Dairy Queen Hunger Buster. A quarter-pound home-style beef patty with all the trimmings, on sale now, just 99 cents. The DQ Hunger Buster. It's what the hamburger was meant to be, right, Judge?
This is DQ Country.
Highland Superstores is overstocked. Your reactions?
Big deals. Too many washers. Tough luck. Too many TVs. So what? It's all on sale. Why didn't you say so?
Right now at Highland Superstores, this Technics programmable compact disc player with remote control is just $188.
Too many stereos. Car stereos? Oh, far too many car stereos. Oh, thank you. But not for all.
Finally tonight, state officials knew they had a problem with their phone system over in Austin. They just didn't really know what was causing it. The entire system of some 12,000 telephones would just shut down, leaving all state agencies with no phone service. Well, after that happened for a second time, someone noticed it was right around the time when an Austin radio station staged a call-in cash contest. In fact, within 1 minute after the station announced its contest, the Capitol phone system locked up. Some 8,000 state employees all trying to call in to win that $1,000 prize. They have now reset the phones at the state Capitol, so no more calls can be made to that radio contest number. And that's Eyewitness News for tonight. We thank you for being with us, and good night.
From coast to coast, Amtrak's All Aboard America fares give you attractive views for very attractive prices.
All aboard Amtrak, all aboard.
You don't have to watch me grind the surface off a $60,000 car to know how tough the elements can be on your car's finish. That's why you're probably already sold on Armor All's new non-abrasive paste wax. And it won't take much to sell you on Walmart's everyday price, only $3.94. Every item in our automotive department costs less every day, so you'll save more on the brand names you trust, like Champion. Don't let high prices grind you to a halt. Go to Walmart and buy for less every day.
Friday night at 11. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the murderer among them all?
Clasp you to my bosom.
Even if you didn't like her last picture.
Jason, will you get that creep out of my eye line?
Cut.
Who, me?
That's no reason to try to kill her.
Why is it?
But someone sure is.
Murder is a very dangerous business.
Rock Hudson, Kim Novak, and Elizabeth Taylor. The Mirror Cracked.
Friday night at 11 here on 13. Henry Fonda stars Saturday night at 10:30.
Cravings, why do we have them? The answer to that question could be the ultimate weapon we need to win the war on drugs. Good evening. I'm Dr. Timothy Johnson, and this is Nightline. Medical science is just beginning to understand the basic causes of drug addiction. Tonight, we'll look at the results of the latest research and at the reasons why no addict can ever be termed completely cured.
This is ABC News Nightline. Substituting for Ted Koppel and reporting from New York, ABC News medical editor Dr. Timothy Johnson.
Last week, Nightline was involved in a special evening of programming concerning the question of legalizing drugs. And one of the issues raised was whether legalization might increase the risk for new addiction. We used to think that addiction was a fairly simple concept, a drug that produced physiological dependence that would lead to unpleasant withdrawal symptoms if the addict didn't get a fix. Heroin was the classic example. But as we learned more about cocaine, we began to realize it wasn't all that simple. For one thing, cocaine addicts don't experience intense physical withdrawal like heroin addicts do. And when cocaine is smoked, as in freebasing or crack, it produces a response so qualitatively and quantitatively different from other drugs that it has forced researchers to rethink the whole concept of addiction. As ABC's Bill Blakemore explains, researchers are now talking about such things as memory and cravings.
Your memory of how good a vanilla malt is will lead you to order one again. And when you taste it, that memory will be reinforced. Scientists have recently learned that the addiction to drugs is much the same thing, a memory of a pleasure, but with a tragic difference. It's burned into your brain. Why would you go back on it?
The memory was, I guess we were always seeking that first high, how great it was. And
scientists used to think the physical distress of withdrawing from a drug was the main reason addicts kept using it. They now know that physical distress is not the main problem.
Researchers recognize and have recognized for years that it's not difficult to get people off of drugs. We do that routinely, all the time. Tremendous degree of success. 90% of people that you can persuade to come in for a brief inpatient hospital stay will be successfully detoxified from alcohol, from heroin, from cocaine. The problem is preventing the relapse.
And each repeated use of a drug before any attempt at detoxification only makes later relapses more likely. Here's how it all works. The brain in a healthy, non-drugged person responds to happiness in the world around by producing good feelings, sometimes by firing the natural brain chemical dopamine from one brain cell to another. That makes a rewarding feeling. Sometimes by producing natural brain opiate chemicals. When they link onto certain brain cells, that makes a warm feeling of well-being. Drugs are chemicals which trick the brain into switching on those mechanisms of good feeling. Heroin molecules imitate the brain's natural opiates and thus switch on warm feelings. Cocaine molecules prevent dopamine from being naturally reabsorbed, so its reward signal stays and intensifies. When cocaine is smoked, it hits the brain all at once, switching on all the reward centers at the same time. A very unnatural event, but very impressive, and the complex outer brain, which does your thinking about things, certainly notices it. You experience these internal chemical drug events no less than you would an outside event. But because it's inside your brain, it's a profoundly deep experience, imprinted in your brain as a kind of physical memory. Now, immediately after your brain has used up a dose of drug, the brain's exhausted reward centers fall below normal, so you get depressed, go into the pains of what's called withdrawal, for which the quickest relief at hand is usually the pleasure of more drug.
Each time you take the drug again, you're actually repeating the experience and further encoding that memory into the brain.
Months and years after heroin and cocaine addicts have been detoxified, that deep memory of the pleasure of the drug may still rise again and trigger powerful craving which overrides all other needs and desires. Anything may be a cue for the memory which triggers the craving. The sight of sugar or baby powder, of the corner where you bought the drug, or just money in your hand. One addict told us it's not like a monkey on your back, it's like a gorilla.
That was my reason for living. You know, my reason for living was ways and means to use drugs.
Psychiatric researchers now believe many who take drugs are really trying to medicate themselves for depression of one kind or another. But it's the wrong medication, one which gives pleasure, the mere memory of which persecutes them for years. This is Bill Blakemore for Nightline.
When we come back, we'll be joined by one of America's foremost experts on the problem of addiction and on the effect of drugs on the mind, Dr. Jerome Jaffe of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and by Dr. Anna Rose Childress, a psychologist whose focus is on keeping recovering addicts drug-free.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by Vaseline Intensive Care Hand and Nail Formula Lotion.
Finally, equal treatment for hands and nails. Introducing new Vaseline Intensive Care Hand and Nail Formula Lotion to soften rough, dry hands and help strengthen nails with moisturizers for your hands and keratin, the protein found in healthy nails. New hand and nail formula from the makers of Vaseline Intensive Care, because we believe in equal treatment for hands and nails.
My folks just left.
Thank you.
The new Subaru Justy gets you anywhere you want to go, less expensively than any other four-wheel drive car.
Mr. Potts, you're home.
Of course. What brings you out on a night like this, James?
Up to $1,000 cash back from Subaru means a great deal on a great car.
Compare apples to apples. Mercedes, BMW, and Acura Legend Coupe. Only the Acura is rated one of the best cars in the world by Car and Driver. Their conclusion, Acura is more fun to drive, with a superior engine, better handling, and more comfort. More overall praise for about half the price. Acura beats Mercedes and BMW to the core. #1 in customer satisfaction. Exclusively at Gilman Acura, John Eagle Acura, Acura Southwest, and Don McGill Acura.
I never met a monster who smelled so wonderful.
We monsters need our comforts. Aramis is mine.
Oh, so the beast is a beauty. Aramis and all.
The Aramis Travel Kit with a designer comb and aftershave. Your gift with any $15 purchase of Aramis, Devon, or 900. Available at Foley's.
Sunday, more Americans should watch ABC News for coverage of the presidential debate. Get the insight of Jennings, Brinkley, and the people of ABC News Sunday.
Dr. Jerome Jaffe, who heads the Addiction Research Center of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, has been involved in the issues of drug addiction and rehabilitation for almost 30 years. A psychiatrist by training, Dr. Jaffe was appointed by President Nixon in 1971 to head a special office of drug abuse prevention that was responsible for testing returning Vietnam veterans and detoxifying those found to be addicted to drugs. He joins us in our Washington bureau. Dr. Anna Rose Childress, who is in our Philadelphia bureau, is Associate Professor of Psychology at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine. She is also Director of Drug Treatment Research at the Philadelphia's Veterans Administration Hospital, where she treats recovering drug addicts. Dr. Jaffe, is in fact our concept of addiction changing as we have described? Were we accurate? And if so, what are the practical implications of that changing understanding for future research and ultimately for treatment options?
Well, I think you've correctly summarized the shift in thinking away from an emphasis on profound withdrawal symptoms as the major factors that drive people back to drugs after they've been withdrawn. And you are also correct in pointing to a renewed interest in those urges to use or cravings that people experience. And as researchers and clinicians see the importance of these things, what we're trying to do more and more is to teach people how to deal or cope with those cravings. And as researchers, we're trying to understand the circumstances that make those cravings more intense or surround their occurrence.
All right. Dr. Childress, as somebody on the front lines of treatment, is this kind of scientific knowledge that's developing good news or bad news? I'm somewhat pessimistic after hearing this kind of information. It sounds as though the battle will go on forever and that it's an uphill battle.
It's an uphill battle, but it's basically a shift of focus. It's not necessarily worse news. It's just the news is to try to focus on where the action is. And where the action seems to be is on some of these reminder cues. Basically, the brain is pre-wired, we're pre-wired, so that we're supposed to repeat things that are pleasurable. And these cues that remind us of cocaine tell us that we ought to repeat the behavior of getting cocaine. And of course that has disastrous consequences.
All right, I want to go back to Dr. Jaffe specifically on the issue of cocaine because in addition to talking about a general shift in the concept of addiction, we seem to be also saying more and more that cocaine is in a class by itself, especially when smoked. Accurate?
Well, it's a very powerful reinforcer, particularly when smoked. You could say that all drugs are in a class by themselves, but yes, cocaine is a very powerful reinforcer. I would not want to go to the point where I'd say that there's nothing that can possibly rival it, but it's certainly, so far, the most powerful of the reinforcers we know.
Dr. Childress, agreed?
Agreed, and we've known that actually for years from animal research, basically showing that animals would pass up food, water, sexual partners, and administer cocaine until they died, basically. So we sort of had that information for a long time. I think it was when cocaine began to be smoked and injected, rather than the older, slower forms of administration, that we really began to see the parallel in people.
All right, here comes, at least for me, the sort of $64 million question. Does all of this mean that we are now saying that cocaine addiction is primarily psychological or primarily physiological? And consequently, what is the focus of treatment? Do we go after this in some kind of scientific way with drug therapy, such as antidepressants, or do we go after it in the way you described, desensitizing people to the cues?
We go at it with everything we have, and it's usually a combination of biological treatments and psychological treatments, and basically different things at different stages of recovery. So, for example, early in withdrawal from cocaine, we've found that it's helpful to have some pharmacologic adjuncts to treatment. You may be able to use the drug dizipramine. That may help with
an antidepressant, in other words.
Right, to help with the craving. But after people get past the acute phase of withdrawal from cocaine, and even months afterward, they're still haunted by these cravings where they see the things that remind them of cocaine and the effects of the drug. So at that point, you can't rely on a drug. At that point, you have to come in with some behavioral therapies. And what we're doing in our treatment program in Philadelphia is devising a way of addressing the kind of craving that people have to these cocaine reminder cues by giving them lots of repeated exposure to these cues, simulating the things that are in the real world, bringing them into the clinic and the ward in a protected environment. So the patient can't act on the craving, but he's given a lot of exposure and a lot of help in learning to cope with craving, and essentially the craving reduces over time with repeated exposure.
Is it working?
It is working, and it's not a magic bullet, but it is encouraging so far. It seems that patients who have this kind of behavioral treatment combined with other standard treatments that are good conventional treatments, as well as professional psychotherapy, which helps address other reasons that a patient might relapse, such as depression. When you combine that, you get a better effect. You get basically an increase in the number of cocaine-free urines that patients produce compared to standard treatment, compared to leaving treatment just after detox. So it's an important concept to continue treatment beyond detoxification, beyond withdrawal, into this phase where people are really going to get into trouble.
Dr. Jaffe, how optimistic are you about these current approaches, and what do you see in the next 10 years based upon this new knowledge?
It's hard to look 10 years out. Every time I've tried, I've never been right.
Okay.
I think you can say that we're learning more and more about helping those who come into treatment deal with craving, and we're learning more and more about how to deal with underlying psychopathology, depression, and other difficulties that people may have.
How prominent a role does depression play in all of this? It was suggested in the piece, for example, that it may be the underlying motive.
Well, it's the underlying motive in some cases. About half of people who come in for all kinds of drug dependence have some aspect of depression or a diagnosable depressive syndrome.
Which is why you use antidepressants?
Well, it's why I use antidepressants in some of them. We don't know why antidepressants work with cocaine-dependent individuals. It just works. It may work through depression, but it may have more to do with correcting some of the biological alterations that are produced by high-dose cocaine use, which is independent of the antidepressant effects.
Okay. We do have to take a break here. A lot of interesting information that we're going to put to a practical test when we return, because John Pierce, a recovering addict who nearly died 2 years ago from freebasing cocaine, is going to join us. We'll ask him about his personal drug experience with addiction when we return in a moment.
What a great evening.
I hope it's not over yet.
Look, I had to tell you, right now, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm a married woman.
That's okay. I'm a married man.
Happily married?
Very happily.
Oh, me too.
Well, happy anniversary.
Stephen, it's beautiful.
An anniversary ring of fine quality diamonds, the gift that says you'd marry her all over again.
Apples have always been tempting, but never as tempting as this. Who could resist chunks of cinnamon-sweet apples sitting on a puff of pastry swirled with icing? New apple sweet roll from Weight Watchers. Irresistible.
Everybody, get in. Come on, Jason.
Where am I supposed to sit?
Aren't you glad you used dial?
I'm squished. It's hard to get into.
Don't you wish everybody did?
7 hours of this music.
7 hours?
Olds! Olds!
The
rush is on during your Oldsmobile dealer's final clearance sale. This year's lowest prices and Olds mine of savings on every 1988 model in stock.
It's an Olds mine.
It's an Olds and it's mine. Every 1988 model at every Olds dealer is now marked down to its final clearance price. This sale is the motherlode of new car savings. The Olds Rush. C. McDavid, Charlie Thomas, Sam Montgomery, Mossy, Sam White, and Dutch Holland, your Houston men of Olds.
Hello, Olds? Flag football? Remember flag football? The silliest thing.
Crab soccer, where you got to get down on all fours and go like this. You know what I mean? And you go like this.
No.
Oh, it's a great big ball, and it's for inside on the rainy days.
Remember dodgeball?
I never understood that game. I wanted to be out. I know, got me, get me out of here, you know?
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants.
What a stupid game. Another murder ball. What's a murder ball where they line you in front of a wall?
Alvin Van Black's world is curious.
You know what this stuff is?
Offbeat. Witty. Thought-provoking.
What's the name of this street? Is it Boulevard or is it Green Lane?
Refreshing.
You wanted one so bad when you were little it hurt.
And how does Alvin feel about his world?
I think this is great fun.
You can have fun with Alvin Van Black on Live at 5 here on 13.
Friday, a Barbara Walters interview. Kitty Dukakis tells what's behind all those stories about her fiery temper. Watch 2020 Friday.
The Critics' Choice. Cheers to ABC's Good Morning America for aggressively pursuing breaking news stories. It obviously tries harder. Weekdays at 7 on ABC.
John Pierce, who joins us now in our New York studios, is a recovering cocaine addict who is taking part in the drug rehabilitation program at Daytop Village, a New York-based drug treatment and prevention plan that is the oldest and largest in the country. John, very briefly, describe your experience with cocaine so we know what you're coming from.
Yeah, I began using cocaine at Cornell University. Before then, I had really just used marijuana in high school. And I was really using it because I had a low self-esteem. I had some emotional trauma about my mother's death that I had never learned how to deal with, and a lot of pressures from school and a relationship that meant a lot to me that was breaking up. And all these really came down on top of me. I didn't know really how to handle them, and I started using cocaine to escape from these problems.
And you had a real brush with death, as we said.
Yeah, I ended up freebasing cocaine so much after the breakup of this relationship that I ended up in a coma in an intensive care unit with collapsed lungs.
And you've been free now how long?
For almost 2 years.
For almost 2 years. Now,
It'll
tell
be
me
2 years
this.
Next month.
Tell me this. You've heard all of this discussion we had in the first segment, sort of scientific talk. Does that ring true to you? Is it real? Does it make sense to you based on your own experience?
Some of it does make sense based on my own experience. I'd have to say absolutely that the drug problem per se is really a self-medication, and there's an underlying cause for everybody to use drugs. It's basically low self-esteem, I find, more so than depression. At Daytop, I find more people have a low self-esteem. The craving part is true that people still get cravings. I would tend to say that the proper treatment for the cravings would be to, one, have a positive support system. At Daytop, we learn to really depend on the other people in treatment. It's a family repair station, and it's a family concept, and these people become like our family members.
Okay.
When we have the cravings, we're taught to speak to them. And the other thing is to remember all the negative aspects that went along with the cocaine use. In my experience, it would be almost dying, losing my family.
Okay.
And then to value these things now.
I want to come back to those points you raised, but I want to turn to Dr. Childress and ask this question. John describes sort of a personality problem or a self-esteem problem. We talk about depression. My question becomes this. Are we all equally vulnerable to the potential addiction of something like cocaine? Or, in fact, are there some people who, because of either life experiences or biological depressions, are more vulnerable if and when they try it?
I think one way of thinking about that is to talk about risk factors. And John highlighted some of the risk factors for him in terms of life events, traumatic experiences, and his own sense of himself being sort of a low picture of himself. It is true that while those psychological factors can be risk factors, that there are other things that can be risk factors as well. For example, availability is a risk factor. So for people that don't have a particular psychiatric problem or depression, if they are exposed and the drug is highly available, and we see this with a segment of the population that come to use cocaine compulsively, it seems that they can become involved with only one or two risk factors. They don't necessarily all have a prior standing psychiatric diagnosis.
Let me put the question to Dr. Jaffe this way. Are our brains all enough alike so that if any one of us tried cocaine, we would likely become hooked on it simply because of what it does to our brain?
I think that, yes, I think everybody who tries cocaine is clearly at risk, but there are some people who are perhaps at very high risk, particularly those with depressive feelings and people who have certain kinds of personality disorders seem to be more vulnerable.
All right, back to you, Dr. Childress. You have been quoted as saying, once an addict, always an addict. Is that because of the physiology in our brains, this memory phenomenon we've been talking about, or is it simply because socially we are so surrounded with the cues once addicted that it could happen?
Actually, that's a quote that you hear in the community. It's not a quote from me directly, but I can comment on it. I think what's often meant by that is that people are sort of talking about a character style or something that predisposes a person to become an addict is always there.
But I'm now asking, is it in their brains?
And I guess what I would say is that the potential for becoming compulsively involved with a drug like cocaine is there in everyone's brain, because basically a drug like this, hotline to the reward system, has a tremendous impact. And we see people becoming compulsively involved that don't have a lot of other risk factors except for the fact that they were exposed to cocaine. So, but the phrase, once an addict, always an addict, it seems to imply something about the structure of the character, the personality, and that's it's sort of old terminology. I think you can say that once you've been addicted to a drug like cocaine, that there is a long-standing vulnerability thereafter, that you probably can never think of returning to anything resembling controlled use. We would not even try to recommend that. So in that sense, once having been addicted or compulsively involved with a substance, it's not recommended that you try to use it in a controlled way again. It's recommended that you try to stay away from it and restructure your life. So in that sense, that has a grain of truth to it.
John, I take it that you buy all of this, that you are obviously worried about relapse, as you should be, and that you are committed to this kind of a program where you stay away from it completely and always.
Oh, absolutely. But one point that really has to be touched upon is that a positive value system has now been replaced in my life for some of the negative things that went along with drug abuse. We learned things in Daytop like integrity, honesty, trust. These are things that I think really our whole society is slipping, and these are things that we learn now to value. If we value these things enough, we will not relapse because we understand the consequences we'll be throwing out these things. I've managed to go to Pace University at Daytop and maintain a 4.0 average. That's valuable to me. My relationship with my parents, I've recovered. I've now started another wonderful relationship, and these are things now that I value and that I'm not willing to throw away. I understand the consequences. Yes, the craving might be there, but along with the craving, I understand the consequences on what I stand to lose.
We do have to take another break. We'll be back in a minute and continue our discussion.
Ford profiles in quality, prevention.
A small imperfection in a part can be overlooked by the human eye. That's why Ford has installed vision machines like this on many of our engine and transmission assembly lines. These machines help detect imperfections before they are assembled in our cars and trucks. At Ford, we believe in prevention.
This profile is one reason Ford Motor Company has designed and built the highest quality American cars and trucks on average for 8 years running. At Ford, quality is job one.
Gentlemen, we can do better. After all, life's not black and white.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
I'm just not sure. Why not phone this image to Dr. Wheatley in London?
At AT&T, we've always been committed to helping the people of the world communicate better. It's funny how the future seems to repeat itself.
Good meeting. Oh, arigato.
And the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true.
For every investment expert who says the market's going up, an expert says it's going down. If the experts can't be certain, what chance do you have? A much better chance if you invest in Nuveen for steady, tax-free income. Nuveen, it's the long-term investment of certainty in a climate of uncertainty. Nuveen, America's tax-free investments.
For more information, call your broker or financial advisor or 800-7-TAX-FREE.
Eternity.
Eternity.
Why are you looking at me that way?
This frightens me. The deepest part of me, the only part of me I really care about is you.
Don't. I'm not what you want me to be.
Help me. Destroy me. Become me until there's nothing left of me. Nothing left but you. Don't move.
Eternity.
Eternity. Calvin Klein.
Exclusively at Macy's.
Dr. Jaffe, I want to come right back to you. I know that you both would say that both the biological and the psychological social approaches are necessary, but I'm going to try to pin you down. If you had to guess about the next few years, what is your instinct? That we're going to make more progress in terms of our understanding of the biology of addiction and therefore drug therapy and other related therapies, or will it be along the lines of cues and social situations that have to be changed?
I think we'll do a lot in our understanding, but for the near term, we'll do most with the psychological and social support approaches to treatment. It will be several years before we see anything dramatic in terms of understanding the biology enough to make any real impact on treatment.
So Dr. Childress, during at least those next few years, what do you see as the next step? You've talked about the desensitization treatment for the cues. What do you see along those lines?
Well, I think the important thing to think about in the next few years is getting more and more sophisticated at matching patients to treatments. So, for example, for a patient that has a risk factor like depression, you would want to treat that depression, and you might want to treat it with an antidepressant or with psychotherapy. And if you don't, you're really missing the boat. Even if you're trying to treat a substance abuse, you won't have as good an impact as you would if you were treating the risk factor. So we should get more sophisticated at evaluating some of the driving factors for the patient's compulsive use, and then trying to match them to treatments that really go for those risk factors.
Are most treatment programs available today capable of doing that and tailoring?
It varies tremendously. We're fortunate in Philadelphia because we have a large addiction treatment research center with a lot of grant support, and so we're able to do some fairly intensive and fairly sophisticated things, combining things like treatment and sensitization. That's not the case necessarily across the country.
I do have to break. We're out of time. I thank you all for joining us. Good luck to you, John, especially. Thank you for being with us. That is our report for tonight. Ted Koppel will be back tomorrow night. I'm Dr. Timothy Johnson in New York. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been Nightline. Nightline is a presentation of ABC News.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than any other source.
They've got soul, but we're having all the fun. In '84, track and field star Steve Martin lost every event. Excuse me! But now he's out to win the triple jump, and you can watch him polish his technique in All of Me on the Decathlon of Comedy tomorrow.
If you're talking about it,
It's true. I read it in the paper.
Unbelievable.
Can you believe that?
if you're gossiping about it,
I'm telling you, that's what it's coming to.
No.
it's on Donahue. If you're affected by it,
This will affect a lot of people.
if you're fascinated by it,
Oh my goodness, look what they're saying here.
it's on Donahue.
Donahue, weekday mornings at 10 here on 13.
The fun is back as Channel 13 presents the ABC Fun Fair at Greenspoint Mall. All your favorite ABC cartoon characters will come to life on Friday, September 23rd, Saturday, September 24th, and Sunday, the 25th. You'll have the time of your life seeing Beanie and Cecil, Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2, Bugs Bunny, Sylvester, Daffy Duck, Slimer and the Ghostbuster, Scooby-Doo, the Pup, and Freddie Flintstone. So come have fun at the ABC Fun Fair at Greenspoint Mall. See you there.
Houston, home of the Texas Medical Center, the Astrodome, NASA, and the fourth largest historically black institution of higher learning in the country. This is Claudette Sims. This week on Crossroads, we'll meet the new president of Texas Southern University, Dr. William Hamilton Harris. Dr. Harris talks about his dreams and aspirations, about his first 90 days in office, and about the challenges facing Texas Southern University as we move toward the 21st century. Join me and my very special guest on Crossroads, Saturday at noon here on Channel 13.
Elizabeth Taylor stars Friday night at 11. Welcome to Channel 13's 11 p.m. Late Show, Houston's late-night entertainment showcase where you can enjoy selections from the finest motion picture library in the country. Tonight, a huge beast falls in love with a beautiful young woman who's captured by island natives as a sacrifice to him. Jessica Lange and Jeff Bridges star in King Kong.
How much you got here?
About 1,800.
1,800? What's going on?
There's Bagley.
Hey, Mr. Bagley! Something haywire. They only loaded me enough pipe to push one test hole. Less than 2,000 feet.
Yeah, that'll be enough. Are you kidding? On Bogota, we didn't come until we were past 26,000 feet.
Now, you take my word, fellas, this hole proves out within 2,000 or it's a write-off.
Come on, Gloria.
Let's have a drink. Let's get
Oh, we can get a drink. You get something. Let's go on over here.
Hey, princess. How about another drink? Chop, chop.
further. All right. You got it. Yeah. Just hug it. Easy going. Easy money. Mm-hmm. Well, go back to work now. Do your best.
No.
No. I'm ready.
Barometer's still falling. Lousy forecast, all right. My advice is we stay here in Surabaya another 48 hours.
Hell with the weather. Every hour we delay gives Shell or Exxon a chance of beating us to the island.
Well, how could they? I thought we were the only ones to do it.
We'll sail right away.
You'll be sorry.
All right, Mr. Canahan, we're ready to let go. Stand by fore and aft.
Okay, fellas, roll that gangway ashore.
Hey, Charlie!